Okay, let us begin. As of the mirror, let's begin. Yeah, we've got Sailor's design. We've already seen part 2 so far. Nice, we've got some homemade cards. We'll be able to collect those over the week. That's new as well, because I logged in yesterday, and that wasn't there. The Greasio event's back, so that's good to see. I think there's a reason for that, but we'll see. Still trying to, of course, get... Should still be here. Yeah. Still trying to get Youyun. I'm working next Valkyrs, but, I mean... I quite like Youyun, so I'd like to get their Astrolot. Wish they were playable, but let's not go on to that topic. Let's continue part 2's story. Any dialogues? No? Good. We're gonna keep going anyway. We are very behind. Would have streamed yesterday if some stuff came up, so I couldn't. But we're doing it today, and we should be able to do tomorrow, hopefully. And maybe on Saturday, but we'll see. Continue the main mission. Oh, I should have made sure it's not going to pull me into... No. It should pull me back to where we were last time. If it doesn't, I'll lose it. It won't. It'll do what it should. Should get pulled back to the floating aquarium. Or, well, hologrammic aquarium. Had a name. I've forgotten the name. Okay, Dubs is here. Try to buy souvenirs. They just seem quite anxious. I don't know what's going on with them, but they just seem very anxious. And a bit unsure on how to open up. That's what I'd say seems to be the case so far. But we shall see. Okay, so this is what the shop manager NPC is about. Sure. Can you actually enter the shop? Discord, I actually swear to everything. Alright. Let's continue. Into the shop. The moment she walked into the store, the girl's wandering thoughts finally came together. Okay, so she's just deep in thought. Just as her imaginary friend had said, mistakes are not mere floating ice, but a shattered frozen lake, and she had long since lost herself within it. She was just a bit lost in their own thoughts. Like the cats. I think this is a different background. I have seen this before, like for some of the scenes, obviously, like back up, but I don't remember like the whiskey and the rum and so on. I don't remember this background. But it's probably used in one of the Captain Verse events, potentially, or something. Either way, it's nice to see it. Music cut then. bear with me.
お嬢さん、事情は分かったけど、お姉さんはこれでもちゃんとお仕事をしてるのよ。
Why do I keep hearing cuts in the music? Might just do my headphones. Don't know why though. Anyway. I like this music because it reminds me of the Greasio event. And some other things. Okay, so the souvenir shop clerk has their reasons, and Youyun has theirs? Wait, no, but... Oh, I see. So it's saying you have your reasons, forgot your wallet, and I have mine. Probably that you can't buy, of course, souvenirs about the wallet, obviously.
お土産なら明日買っても間に合うでしょ。お友達にきちんと説明すればきっと分かってもらえるわよ。
It's just a souvenir, it wouldn't matter even if you brought it tomorrow. You can afford the consequences of your reasons being rejected. But I can't. Okay.
もしあなたが約束を守ってくれなかったらお店が損しちゃうし、私も責任者として店長に怒られるかもしれないでしょ。
Didn't even... Been a difficult day. Right, let's continue. King decided to open while I'm just trying to read. Right. If you don't keep your word, I'll have to cover the losses myself, and my boss might hold it against me. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. I don't see any reason you should obviously take her word. Business is business. I'm sure she had a reason for not bringing her wallet, though. Probably just deep in thought, it sounds like, or maybe there's a deeper reason. She's going along with it, though. Very polite and, decent. Very understanding, Youyun is. I finally got the chance to go with them. I mustn't return empty-handed. So you're trying to buy souvenirs without your wallet. Well, that's not really gonna go very well, is it? Even in Defang. Enter another shop. Seeing there's a pattern to this, with how many shops you enter. Doesn't look really like a shop, but okay. Yeah, obviously we're going to be skeptic. Still a little confused why she's just going to shops to obviously buy souvenirs about her wallet, but I can understand it as well. No, I'm still a bit lost on why she's doing it that way. I know she wants to give souvenirs to, you know, to the one she was speaking to, being Helio, Corelli, and Dreamseeker. But I don't know why she's trying to get someone to give something without her wallet. You might as well say you're a middle school student, so I can give you a free ride.
まあ身分を証明できるようなものを見せてくれれば歌詞を作ってもいいけど。
Yeah, if you had some form of identification, they'd probably let it slide. Which is surprising, but makes sense in this civilization.
名前、住民ナンバー、学校もしくは勤務先の情報、何一つ言えないなんて怪しいでしょ?
Is this a reflection of how much she didn't tell some of the others about herself and why she wants help? Feels like a mirror to that. She's also realised she hasn't really said as much as she probably could. And her ID or potential information is now reflecting that, even if she hasn't got a wallet. But I don't understand. It's just a few words. Name, defeng ID number, workplace or school address. Is it really that hard to tell me?
それとも他人に話せない理由でもあるの?
Yeah, obviously it doesn't look very good in the grand scheme of things. Is there a reason? Yeah, is there a reason for not telling? Now, I'm sure it's nothing like that, you know, and obviously, you know, she's... I mean, you had the Rift Captain say something about them being... Not Rift Captain. Commander, wasn't it? It was Commander, wasn't it? Yeah, because Captain Litos should be the captain. Should be a commander. The NPC, let me double check. Huh? Yes, Rift Strike team member. No, yeah, they're not even like a commander, they are just a Rift Strike team member. But yeah, they say about Youyun being troublesome. And she's implied potential things of her being troublesome. I'm sure she has a good reason, though, for why she can't be as, like, showing of herself. There will be a reason. Hopefully. Or is there no reason she just thinks there's something that's wrong, but there isn't actually anything wrong with saying more? It just doesn't line up, though. She's like timidly apologizing and then fleeing. Not entirely sure why. Wait, do I have a bubble tea vouchers? Look, my surprises I brought back. Bubble tea. Yeah, and he was worried about debts and stuff, so it makes sense he'd be thinking about that bit. I'm really trying to not miss anything here. I'm trying to see something between the lines I'm not seeing. Well, that was shop 2, so is shop 3 gonna be the one, and we'll have the number 3 be a thing again. But there's potentially 4 5, isn't there, because of further down. Enter the shop. Again. Yeah, I'm talking about treating to drinks because they were late. He was saying treating to drinks because he was late and stuff. You see, this is again another differentish background. The last one was not a store, or at least didn't feel like one. More like the orphanage background that we're used to.
Nowお作りしますので、座って待っててくださいね。ずっと入り口で立ってたら疲れちゃいますよ。
You can sit down. Very welcoming, I see.
ありがとう。
I really do wonder what's up with Youyun, though.
私が必要？本当に必要とされるのは私みたいにくだらないことで悩んだりしないんでしょうね。
Huh? Who's saying about needing you? Is there something wrong with the translation? I'm very confused. I'm trying to also think outside of what she's saying and what she's thinking and trying to add it back to the back, but it's not clicking. I can definitely get something even if it isn't spelled out for me. I guess this might be just her inner thoughts again. Like, this is what she's thinking about, even though the clerk, yeah, the person said nothing about anything. Need me? The people you really need wouldn't worry over all that nonsense all day. Like me. Have they just got a lack of confidence? That's what I've been gathering so far. She's very much belittling herself quite often.
あの人たちも私の立場を利用してデータの海研究所にいる他の誰かに会うつもりなのよ。宇宙人とか危機調査団とかそんな話まで捏造しちゃうなんて。
They probably just want to use my connections. So she's aware of her connections then even at this point. Okay. To find others at the Sea of Data Research Institute. Some aliens. So she is skeptical of Helia, Corelli, and Dreamseeker. Because they're the only ones I could refer to as aliens, I feel like, in this context. Apart from Dreamseeker, but I guess they could also still be seen as an alien, at least by Youyun at this point. Even I rehearse my stories before telling them, yet they just spout whatever comes to mind. Yes, some aliens. That's the skeptic part I'm seeing. Even I rehearse my stories before telling them. Yeah, they just spout whatever comes to mind. Yeah, yes, you are commenting on what the others have said. Right? You must be, because nothing else comes to mind. I like the skeptic that she is. I relate to that. And a bit of the overthinking. I guess it could spin out like that, couldn't it? Overthinking, over-worrying. It doesn't feel like shyness, more timidness. Which I guess goes into shyness again, but... no. It's being very passive, though. No, I'm saying those two other things aren't a thing with her as well, but... Passive's definitely a word. She's passively appearing and then passively trying to, like, disappear.
お互い目的があるけど、私が抱えてる問題の方が厄介だから。短い協力関係とはいえ、私が多めに頑張っても構わないよね。
Considering we all have something to gain from each other, and my situation is relatively more complicated. In this relationship that's bound to be short-lived, it's fine. if I put in a bit more effort than you all. You in the bubble tea? Well, she's saying short-lived, and I guess it's because you're just so busy or important. Why does everyone ask her that? What is the reason for it? It feels a little forced here. I'm not saying it is, to be clear. I'm just saying, like, I mean, the story can do what it wants, after all. But what's making people ask this question? Miss, you're from the Save Data Research Institute, right? She's happy to answer stuff, though, now. It doesn't match up with her attitude a minute ago, though. Well, so I haven't forgotten about the whole magic friend thing, or like collaborate or something it was called. Calls the big sister so she can ask anything. You are Youyun. Yeah? She is? She just really fed up of just being pulled around. Reminds me a bit of Prometheus again and a bit of the Dr. May stuff. She's avoiding all of this in her identity for some reason. I wonder who the director is. It still hasn't fully said who that is. It was fawn like big eyes, adorable tiny ponytails. I knew it was you the moment I saw you. The director was just here yesterday, telling us to contact him as soon as we see you. Is the director a good person? Quotation marks? Is he more grey and... Why do they want Youyun? I mean, I guess it could just be for her intelligence. But it almost sounds like that she shouldn't be away from the Save Data Research Institute. At least is what it's implying. Don't know why, still. I can't imagine it's something to do with studying. I imagine it's something more to do with the fact she feels used, or feels like he's being asked for a lot. Or yes, maybe she doesn't actually have the answer and is being asked something she can't answer, or expected of something that she can't manage. Or she can manage it, but it's very pressurizing. My other thought runs to experiment, but I don't know why that would be a thing here. I'm not saying we don't have experiments in like miHoYo's games. We do. We very much have that in stories, but no, Youyun doesn't strike me as that. Even with their like unique appearance and everything. Go on. Is it possible she's not Youyun and her name's just Youyun? That's also a possibility, but I think she's just lying. She's the director's daughter? Is it that type of situation? Because they're not treating her like she's an adult. They're treating her like she's a, well, misbehaved kid. Or someone who's run away. I guess it could be something like Farisa though as well. How she kept trying to like get out of work. And then was dragged back by like Himiko and stuff. Really still gonna give her a milk tea and relax, and then she's gonna contact them. Does she just not want to get in trouble, or is there more to it? I'm sure she has her reasons other than the things I've been suggesting. The milky liquid splashed high into the air, then landed in all the worst possible places. Ah, and her clothing, I assume. Still really curious what's actually going on. Because it sounds like she might be aware of some sort of disaster or some sort of thing that needs to be done. And it sounds like she broke away from the Sea of Data to make research and to try and look for people to help with that. But then she's obviously skeptic and struggling to reach out to anyone because she's also trying to stay hidden and not be called back. There's also the off chance that the director or someone else is actually part of causing the disaster. There's a lot of possibilities, I'm just not sure which one it is.
Oh. ごめんなさい。お姉さん、私わざとじゃなかったの。本当。
I mean, you're a bit scared and spooked. I can understand the reaction.
大丈夫ですよ。お姉さんが片付けますから。それに、もうすぐ所長さんが迎えに来てくれますよ。
I'd like to see who this director is. So as much as I don't want them to appear for your sake, Youyun, I really want to know who it is. But I get the feeling we're not gonna get to see who it is. Although there's a possibility we might, and I'd really, really, really appreciate that. Surely there must be someone capable or interesting if, you know Youyun. It's a he as well, so I'm quite intrigued. It's not gonna be Darren, because that'd be an Oxia thing. Who would it be? I assume her father or something. It would be better to go back with the director like this. There's no need to make futile efforts, as time will make people realize the folly of their myopia. And that includes Bailu Youyun. I'm just curious who the director is. There's that word myopia again. They keep using it. Well, myoptic, right? But now it's myopia. Yeah, short-sightedness. The folly of their short-sightedness, and that includes Bailu Youyun. They're definitely going with that for a theme with her, it feels like, or maybe something she can't see. Or that she's not infallible. How could she despise the trust she earned through flattery, yet now fantasize that it might bring genuine harm? She really is harsh on herself. She thought to herself, lowering her head deeply. I do appreciate though this type of character and it's showing like, not making it clear what the issue is. Like, there's signs of what the issue is. But I still can't say I have the full picture yet at all. And even if I was given, let's say, the full picture quotation marks, I still don't think it's the full thing. They seem very anxiety-induced. And they seem really hard to read right now and figure out what's actually going on. Which is quite realistic. After all, if you could just solve problems or feel better all of a sudden, you wouldn't have some of the difficulties people have at times. Very different character. I like her though. Relate a bit. She thought to herself, lowering her head deeply. Okay, time's passed probably. Until someone firmly grasped her hand. I'm assuming that's the director? Or that's going to be someone trying to pull her away from this. I know, it's probably going to be someone pulling her away from this, isn't it? I don't think it's going to be the director. I think it'll be the help that you think felt wrong for the help to exist. Her legs started moving on their own. But a few of interesting directors in HI3 as well. You obviously also said Sa, when they were called Vita, also was a director. Her legs started moving on their own. One small step, one big step, the wind grew stronger. Breathing became somewhat labored, and to keep up with the other's pace, the girl had to lift her head. That's what this image is from on the front cover of the chapter. Yeah, I thought it'd be Dreamseeker or someone else. Be a bit weird for the director just to appear all of a sudden. Dreamseeker? What about Helio and Corelli? Can't leave them there. Ah, so the teacher is here. The director is maybe potentially here, but they're going to distract them. Interesting. So Corelli and Helio are going to distract their teacher. And what are you doing then, Dreamseeker? Inner wall. Youyun's inner wall. Makes sense. What type of special quality, Youyun, are you going on about? To do with Dreamseeker? You really are the type that blows, something that penetrates people's emotional guard and lead them by the nose. Okay, so she really is just skeptic of everything. Questions everything. Fair enough. Oh, don't open. My patience running thin, computer. Alright. But yeah, she really is skeptic. Yeah, she learns it from you, but not the you now, Youyun.
先生？
Indeed, her sensei or professor, yes.
世界に存亡の危機が迫ってるけど、ちょっと話す余裕くらいはさすがにあるよね。
Really like bringing up that the world's gonna end, don't you, or a disaster's gonna strike. I am watching you story. Although time is of the essence, the world won't end just because of one conversation. For the time being.
So 私と彼女のエピソードを聞いてみない？
So would you like to hear the story about her and me? I would love to hear about the Youyun new Dream Seeker. Considering the readables. She's considering it. A bit more and you'll break that inner wall.
あなたのペースにはまっちゃった私に選択の余地なんてないでしょ？
You're in control of the pace. You don't really have a choice here. But you do have a choice. But it probably doesn't feel like you do. Take Youyun to Central Park. You did speak about Central Park. I'm intrigued to see what it looks like. I'm tired of walking. I want to catch a ride. Yeah, that's one I haven't got. Alright, let's go. Oh, hang on, actually. Any book stuff? Yeah, because there's a trainee self here. That's what it is implying. Ah, that's just where some of these stickers came from. That makes sense. Very nice art. I still don't know what you went through. But if Professor Youyun can see me in something she won't struggle and long for, or something that might witness my growth on behalf of her future self, then that'd be wonderful.
Youyun 先生に伝えたいの。私が不安になった時、先生はいつもこうやって手を握って信じさせてくれたんだ。先生がいれば解決できない問題なんてないって。
I wanted to tell Professor Youyun. Whenever I was nervous, she would hold my hand like this, making me believe that as long as you're here, there's no problem in this world that can't be solved. Ah, teacher to student, man. I mean, student to teacher. That's cool. Again, the past and, like, present-ish future intertwining. Oh. Wait, what? Oh, no, the other way. Oh, so is this Central Park up here? I thought it was someone else. It's a nice area still.
げるっていう目的以外で走るのは
It feels so good to
気
run
持ちいい。
without running away from everything. Anything. Don't look back. We didn't hear anything. But we did. Seems like it did hear though. She almost seems traumatized. I'm genuinely curious what's actually going on. I'm starting to think it is just... No, that doesn't make sense. Can I double jump? I can double jump again. Oh, I can't. That's weird. At the heart of Defeng's garden. Oh, I didn't see you last time. When I'm alone, my mind becomes peaceful. In those crowded places, even the sky looks brighter than elsewhere.
よそ者って言ってたくせにセントラルパークの場所をちゃんと知ってるのね。
She's gonna call her outsider. So she is not taking what she said seriously. That's good. I assume Dream Seekers come in the past here to Central Park then. Well, she's aware of where it is.
ここだったんだ。勘が当たったみたい。
She's trying to use it as intuition. As a layer. I don't believe that's true. So? Indeed so. The girl's sincere desire for a definitive answer gently tugged at your ham.
はいはい。言いたいことがあるなら言って。ちゃんと聞いてあげるから。
Okay, so she's all ears. She'll hear out now. Seems like feeling nostalgic to the past. Based on that reaction, I mean. Kinda hard to see what her eyes look like though in this situation. Yeah, I can't rotate them. Kinda missed we can't do that now. I used to like that. But I guess they want the angle like this.
私の先生は
Fair enough.
常にスポットライトを浴びてる天才なの。それに比べて私は職業案内所で2時間も待たされてようやく選ばれた一般人だった。
My professor is a genius who's constantly in the spotlight. Makes sense. Well, I'm an ordinary person who had to wait for 2 hours at the career assignment meeting before she finally arrived. So, back to the pod thing then. hibernation pod, wasn't it? What about it?
先生は一から教え子を育てるのが好きっていう理由で私を門下生として受け入れてタダで住めるマンションまで用意してくれた。しかもよく先輩と一緒にうちで食事会を開いてたの。天才って変わってるよね。
Just because she likes to mentor complete beginners. Quotation marks. So not complete beginners then. Which makes sense. She took me under her wing, gave me a free apartment, and came to my place with my senior, Chenzi, yes, to bond, quotation marks, all the time. Tell me, are all geniuses this particular?
変わってる？それくらい普通じゃない。別に天才を自称してるわけじゃないの。ただ傍観者としてあなたの先生に同意しただけ。
Strange. That's perfectly normal. I'm not calling myself a genius or anything. I just resonated with the professor as an observer. So you are also an observer. Interesting.
「私は無から有を生み出すことや何かを少しずつ積み重ねる感覚が好きなんだ。生態系を再現する水槽とか貯金箱とかお菓子コーナーとか空っぽの頭が知識でいっぱいになっていくのが楽しいの。
Something from nothing. Creating something from nothing. Sounds very like shadows. I really enjoy the feeling of creating something from nothing and watching small things add up. This applies to a terrarium, a piggy bank, a snack corner, and an empty head that'll be stuffed with knowledge. That makes sense. So you like that nothingness or emptiness and it becoming something. Or small things or pieces adding up. Interesting philosophy. Okay. Makes sense. I'm making these shots of them both. Lucky to have a teacher like that. The irony you saying this.
Mm. だからそんな生活を大切にしてたの。
You cherish your life so much thanks to Youyun. Okay.
先生の教え子になってから平日はいつも先生や先輩に出される課題を頑張ってこなしてた。休日もたまに開かれる食事会に出るとき以外は 先生が勧めてくれた本を読んだり論文を直してたんだ。
In every workday since joining her lab, I've been diligently completing tasks assigned by both her and my superior. And my senior, not superior. And on weekends, except for occasional bonding activities, guess the worst some, I've mostly stayed at home, either digesting books recommended by her or revising my thesis. And we saw in the Feast of Sea of Data event. Oh, they're quite studious. Didn't meet them, but that's what I gathered from how much they've made you study. There's still more confirmation on the Pacifics, though.
そして時は水のように流れていった。そう言いたいところだけど、実際は違ったの。
And time flowed past like water. I really wanted to say that, but that wasn't the case. There's more to it.
あの頃の私にとって時間はバラバラに切り離された互いに関係のない破片に過ぎなかった。それを一つずつ拾い集めても完全な私を再現することはできない。
For me back then, time was more like disconnected, unrelated fragments. Okay. Picking them up one by one wouldn't restore a complete version of myself. Yeah, because you need the whole. You don't mean this in a literal sense. Is you're referring to your dream-seeking journey?
そして授業や課題、食事会で埋め尽くされた日常から離れて、不意にその破片の隙間で一人になると、不安が私の体を支配するようになってた。
Once I left those fragments filled with coursework, assignments, and bonding activities, and found myself alone in the cracks between fragments, distress would immediately take over my body. So you felt a bit lost? And anxiety induced?
「その不安の由来はたくさん修正してメモを重ねても全然直せない論文や全力を尽くしても結局先生や先輩に尻拭いしてもらう羽目になる課題。
It came from the papers covered in corrections and annotations. The distress. Okay. Yeah, I still couldn't get right from the tasks where I underperformed despite trying my best, leaving a mess for my teacher and senior to clean up. Okay.
そして迷ってどうしていいかわからない私に向けられる称賛と羨ましげな視線。
And because you had Chenzo and Youyun, I'm assuming. And of course from those who still look at me with envy and admiration. Admiration. Not admiration. Even though my life feels so confusing and directionless. Okay, so it was still being a bit lost. And a bit empty, maybe? Go on.
そして迷ってどうしていいか
And
わ
of
からない
course, from those who
私
still
に
look
向
at
け
me
ら
with
れ
envy and
称賛と羨
admiration,
ましげな視
even
線
though I live in such confusion and
どう
helplessness.
ですか？この物件にご興味は？なんだ、またあんたか。
So you were referring to your dream-seeking journey then? But obviously this would have probably also happened when you were in Oxia as well. Although, when was your first time in Oxia outside of the Dreamseeker system and stuff? Or would that still be part of, like, you know, Samsara, the dreams, the dream-seeking journey? Did you have that before that point? I don't think you did. Not that that makes it any less meaningful. I'm just thinking about it. It did that repetition thing again, seeing such confusion and helplessness. Before that's just confusing and directionless. So directionless changed to helplessness. Either word can work though. Or it can be both. Jujian. Callbacks again. That's like chapter 1, part 2.
何の苦労もせずに全てを手に入れるなんて。
It's interesting we're getting these little bits here. I don't remember these bits out loud if this is in his head. What's also interesting about this all is just that a lot of this stuff's happened, so we're just... Even though we don't see Dreamseeker's full journey, we're given fragments here and there. I like its non-linearness feeling. In fact, we're observing it as a story. The different points were shown. I just hope we don't leave anything, you know, empty, and we actually get to see everything mostly. But I also like the weight it's trying to add of like what someone's full life is and how you can't fully showcase that in the story at times. Just as you couldn't showcase a real person's life outside of a slideshow, or, you know, videos, memories, but never the full thing, never every fragment, never every piece. It is very realistic, I guess, when I think about it. Some people really start where others spend a lifetime to reach.
今度帰るときは違う路線を使おう。
Yeah, that's the envy. Not just the envy though. Jealousy. Anger. We didn't get this part from Dreamseeker last time, so we're getting a bit more of something again to do with them. So they wanted to take a different route back to the apartment from now on. That makes sense. To avoid the conflict, to avoid the envy, to avoid the guilt that you shouldn't be feeling.
あなた、確か楽親切の後輩さんですよね。卒業後の進路は決まりました？まだ悩んでるなら一度うちの会社を見に来ませんか？
Everyone's trying to grab her, pick them. Everyone's trying to take Dreamseeker for their own agenda. Not necessarily their best interests. Opportunists. I remember you. You're Luo Chenzu's junior. That is true, Luo isn't her name, isn't it? Have you thought about what you want to do after graduation? If you haven't made up your mind yet, would you like to schedule a visit to our company? Welcoming merchant, but how would that help Dreamseeker? Being a merchant and stuff.
いえ、結構です。研究所の他の学生たちに声をかけてみてください。私なんかよりずっと優秀な人たちですから。
You put yourself down, but you also did it so that you're not asked again. You're definitely capable, but this is obviously something you don't want.
でも彼らの先生は、ああ、言い方を変えましょう。ユーン大先生が見込んだ相手なんですから、並外れた才能をお持ちなんでしょ。あなたは特別なんですよ。
You should look at who you're hiring, not who they're connected to. But I also understand being connected to someone is also why people at times can be fickle or quite manipulative or puppeteer-like and wanting to grab the prize. But their teacher isn't. I should rephrase that. Too late, you spoke it out. Someone who caught the attention of Boss Youyun must have extraordinary potential. You're different from them. That's also why Youyun's a bit bothered by people knowing about her, because then they base everything to do with her. Off her reputation, off what she does. Well, a bit like that, maybe. A bit different. Yeah, we're indeed different.
同じデータの海の子供なのに、私だけがまともな生活を手に入れた。研究所の学生の中でも何の成果も出さずに未来を約束されてるのも私だけ。
But you obviously have your importance because you are born from the sea of data. Plus everything else. As children of the sea of data, humans born out of thin air, as it says in Ruby text, I'm the only one who got to live this kind of life. You also had to be watching the observation, like, pod for quite a while. Before you were fished up, I guess. I would have gone through some similar sea of data, like, creation. Can't forget the rift theory as well, but I don't see why you would have come from Dethang. And seeing you're also kind of like a proxy of Layla. There's clearly a difference with you. Or at least the original you. If we were to follow the logic of a dream seeker being sent back each time, eventually becoming Layla and the cycle repeating until you. But again, you're still you and you still had your own journey as well. I really do hope they confirm or not if that is the thing or not. But either way, I like the layer. As children of the sea of data, humans born out of thin air, I'm the only one who got to live this kind of life as students at the Data Science Institute. I'm the only one who could easily secure my future without having achieved anything yet. So all those numbers at the start were people who were having to sign up basically and try, you know, potentially get a job, but you were just given a position. Even if you're just given something though, you still have your hardships. What you're saying here show your hardships as well. You're in a way suffering from success, but at the same time it doesn't feel like success to you. Plus, it's not really fully your own success that you say, because it's to do with how you were born or created. Not that that gives it any less value or meaning, but for you it might have less meaning. Or less worth is more the word I'm looking for.
否定はできない。私の物語は幸運なものだけに与えられるものだ。
I have to admit, my story is one that belongs only to the fortunate. Yeah, but even the fortunate, it's not all sunshine and rainbows. grass may look greener, and in some ways it is, but that's not the same as it being completely perfect. Or what others might want if they know what it comes with. As well as with all the envy people are giving you, and the difficulty you'll be having from that.
他人を思い感じた悔しさも本当は無意識のうちに抱いた哀れみなのかもしれない。そんな不完全な感情は共感されなくて当然だ。
Perhaps even my indignation for others stemmed from some unconscious condescending pity. It was far from pure, and for some worthy of empathy. And I'm still empathizing of what you're telling me, so I'd say it's still worth something, but obviously from your perspective it's not. It's unworthy of empathy in your eyes. It's not pure, you think. Condescending pity. Indignation. Indignation. Indignation is a complex and discrete emotion that is triggered by social emotions and social environments. The Standard Dictionary describes indignation as a feeling involving anger mingled with contempt or disgust. The feeling of indignation can occur when one is mistreated by another. Or negative feelings are sparked when a situation is out of the normal realm of society. Yeah, that makes sense. So she's hypothesizing about her indignation. Yeah, when situations and actions that are considered to be unjust behave occur. The feeling of indignation as experience of unjust actions and behaviours comes to blame. Blame also helps to make up the emotion of indignation. When blameworthy actions take place, the emotion of indignation occurs. The emotion of indignation occurs and negative feelings are projected onto the person who is to blame, which can be brought on by disturbances that go against social normalities. According to Claude Miller, indignation is defined as a non-primary discrete social emotion, specifying approval of someone else's blameworthy action, as that action is explicitly viewed to be in violation of the objective order. It's subjective, but it's an objective order by others, yeah. An implicitly perceived as injurious to the perceiver's self-concept. Indignation is experienced when violations are made to our daily lives. Indignation is an emotion that is considered to be an adaptive behaviour. Social environment and social emotions being a stimuli for indignation. Our emotions and behaviours adapt depending on certain situations. A lot of adapting. Definitely a form of anxiety as well, and like a mix of emotions. Internal and external social norms play a part in experiencing the emotion of indignation. It is expected that everyone coexists and follows the social normative behaviour society has put in place. When something disrupts what is considered to be a social norm, a violation occurs, both internally and externally. A range of feelings are experienced internally, as well as a desire to be removed from the situation. Yeah, I'm seeing that Dream Seeker a bit. Yes, or to avoid, like, conflict, or to go another direction. Passiveness. It's how to remove the situation externally. When norms are disrupted, offence is taken. Yeah, like the envy thing again, isn't it? And the emotion of indignation is ignited. Yeah, when, like, she's not given when Junsu's not given the chance to, like, go for the normal procedure, earn their place, stuff like that, and then how others obviously will then be jealous or envious of that. Quite interesting, this. There's a bit of repetitiveness in some of the reading of it, but I think it's good that that's there, because it shows how even it repeats words. It's going over a different angle of the subject, or explaining it more thoroughly. The attribution process is integral in the development of ignition. It's the split-second assessments a person makes attributions about their own behaviour or own behaviour of others in order to figure out the reason or cause behind it. Split-second assessments. Yeah, so what you pick up on in the moment. Yeah, about their own behaviour or others. So self-reflection as well to some extent. Almost just self-awareness. Behaviour of others in order to figure out the reason or cause behind it. Behaviours can be classified as situational external or dispositional internal. Fritz Heider wrote that people tend to view behaviour in one of two ways. The cause of situational factors, or of dispositional factors. From this, an individual is either an entity theorist or an incremental theorist. I understand the classifying, the categorizing for said, like, theorizing or labeling, but I don't like the cage that labels can be. But I also understand we need them to evolve, like, theory to some extent. And you don't as well, I guess. But I guess you do if you want people to have a continuing off point of the subject. I'd still postulate to the history from beginning to start, though, but I get that's a little unrealistic. I guess I just don't like the bias of then the new, or even like the old, but then not like the middle, and vice versa. But I guess that's why you have to study a subject, you have to research it, you have to keep looking things up, you have to keep looking into things. I guess that's why I do that. Okay, let me hear them out. In considering event, we categorize. Okay. From this, an individual is either an entity theorist or an incremental theorist. When discovering event or categorization, but it's not exclusive to either group. According to one scholar, people's implicit theories create a framework for processing information, forming inferences, determining attributions, shaping predictions, understanding others' behaviours, and construction. Representations of social events. Taking this into account and based on a person's classification of entity or incremental theorist, which delineates how a person views behaviour in relation to its driving factors. Yeah, or variables or points. Again, I'm just also labelling and using things to understand stuff, but you have to some extent. Research demonstrates that said person is inclined to experience indignation with more or less frequency and severity, respectively. I'm going to read these both, because I've read obviously it so far, and I'm quite intrigued, and it's telling me some quite interesting things. Entity theorists believe that the judgments of moral character, so morals, can be made from merely a few or even a single observations, in brackets for the S. They are most often found making stereotypes about people or events. Okay, so a lot of like assuming, even with pieces or puzzles. And believe that disposition-based attributions are innate and rarely ever change. I don't fully agree, but I get what they're saying. You can't teach an old dog new tricks, quote, like says in quotation marks. Explains how entity theorists might explain a situation. Behavior to them is caused by the unchanging internal character attributes. Hypothetically, if the two different attributes of people were sitting on a parole board, setting up a parole board for a jailed criminal, those who exemplify traits of entity theorists might say, once a criminal, always a criminal, in quotes. And reason that the criminal behavior was driven by the immoral nature of the person. Okay. And they would do it again, no matter the circumstance when given the opportunity. I get the logic, but I don't know, I don't think people are that simple. But I understand the topic and the concept. The idea of, like, doing something I mean, or, like, you know, not doing something, and, like, using someone's, like, character or traits, or observe them in their life, stuff like that. Dispositional traits are often used within the entity theory as a basic unit of analysis. As a basic unit of analysis, either positive or negative attributes are experienced and possibly expressed, with ignition. The attributes experienced are going to be negative. These tendencies are most likely going to remain the same, but predictable with little to no room for change. Okay, so it's more about that then. I guess there's some truth to that, but you should always leave room for other possibilities. But maybe that's me being a bit optimistic. Again, my angle's not so much thinking about, you know, the jailed criminal example. My example's more thinking about someone's, like, mental state, or thinking about worries or anxiety or repetitive patterns, stuff like that. Dispositional traits are used within the entity theory as a basic unit of analysis. Of positive and negative attributes are experienced and possibly expressed. Within the ignition, the attributes experienced are going to be negative. These tendencies are most likely going to remain the same, predictable, with little to no room for a change. An assumption is made and the judgments are carried out. Entity theory creates and holds judgments based on a single behavioural observation. Yeah, that's the issue. It's not looking at the whole thing. It's looking at, like, a few things, or one or two, not five. Once something is believed to be true, it is almost permanently labelled and objective. I don't agree with that. Again, I still believe the subjectivity and ambiguity within that. Situational evidence is neglected to be taken into consideration. Disposition-relevant information is the main focus due to the fact that it feeds the reinforcement of negative information. But I also understand you have to somehow be a bit grounded and pick something, or you have, like, the trolley thing a bit. Okay, so what's the incremental theory? At the other side of it. Incremental theorists believe just the opposite. Position of some entity theorists, they can make judgments of moral character based on changing external factors, situational, it's a case-by-case basis, right? And factors such as effort, desire, such as goals. Yeah, because someone's desire or wishes or drive could very much change something, couldn't it, that someone sees as not changeable. When formulating judgments, incremental theorists take recent evidence into account. And avoid broad character attributions. Yeah, it's good to have it more segmented, unless I guess you have to view it in a broader sense. For example, those who are considered to be incremental theorists might argue that the aforementioned criminal's behaviour is possibly the subsequent result of a poor upbringing, or was drug-induced, or in prison, the incarcerated changed his or her lifestyle. Yeah, I could see that. For exemplary behaviour in service to others, thus they would not be a threat to the public anymore, in theory. Yeah, because there's no way to prove that. But there's no way to prove many things. Defensive attribution theory. Defensive attribution theory aims at describing how an individual ultimately wants to explain behaviour in a way that protects their ego, and is flattering to the self. Attributions are deemed as biased because an individual in explaining behavior will take credit for good outcomes and avoid responsibility for the bad. That's another quote, okay. In this, the person is trying to exert a varying degree of control over their environment. It should be easy to distort one's judgments of dissimilar others with whom one does not readily identify. Then with similar others, it should be easy to distort one's judgments of dissimilar others. So when they're not similar. With whom one does not readily identify. Then with similar others with whom one not only more readily identifies, but from whom one should also expect a greater measure of empathy. Well, yeah, that makes sense. If you're with others who you know more, you maybe expect more empathy, or expect more sympathy, or expect maybe more of an actual understanding. But you can't have that with dissimilar. Moreover, since entity theory promotes internal characterological attributions, we should expect entity theorists to be more sensitive and defensive with regard to perceptions of similarity than incremental theorists. We should expect entity theorists to, yeah, the other one, to be more sensitive and defensive with regard to perceptions of similarity than incremental theorists. I mean, I guess so, because they're trying to be more objective. I mean, I guess both have their forms of objectivity, but I think incremental more is more open-minded. But it also might not be in other ways. Actor-observer effect. The actor-observer effect is when an individual ascribes personal successes as the cause of factors concerning disposition, e.g., I, the student, did well on the test because I studied hard, quote, and personal failures is the cause of situational factors, e.g., I, the student, did poorly on the test, quotes again, because the test questions were very difficult, quotes. The opposite is true of when an individual is assessing the opposite is true of when an individual is assessing the behavior of others. When the actor views an observer, i.e. other people succeeding, they will believe that the success was the result of situational factors. The classmate did well on the test because the questions were easy. If the actor sees the observer experience failure, the actor will say that it was because of something usually negative that deals with the observer's disposition. The classmate did poorly because he/she is lazy and did not study. Alright, that's enough of that. Goes quite deep, it looks like. Stuff about politics and apparently Christianity as well. What's the etymology of the word? The word indignation is used to describe strong displeasure at something considered unjust, offensive, insulting, or unrighteous. Oh, it's when it was coined. Wow. Coined quotation marks, isn't it? But according to history, according to this, the term was coined in France during the 12th century. It comes from the Latin word indignation, meaning displeasure. You can see it a bit. In nominative form, indignation nem is indignatio. Indignation is a noun of action from the past particle stem of indignare, meaning unworthy to be angry at or to be displeased with. According to, so rhetoric apparently, according to Ticeres de Invention, Book 1, quote, indignation is a kind of speech by which the effect produced is that great hatred is excited against a man or dislike of some proceeding is originated. End of the quote. The goal is for the speaker to create anger projected towards the opponent or the accused such that the speaker is seen more positively than the opponent. One of the features of indignatio is that it cannot function without a target of displeasure. To successfully deploy this technique, the speaker must have a target, an audience, with which the speaker identifies and a desired reaction. If a speaker achieves a reaction from the audience in which they are displeased with his opponent, then the speaker successfully employed indignation. Achieves a reaction from the audience in which they are displeased with his opponent, then the speaker has successfully employed indignation. Okay, Aristotle. Aristotle wrote in his Rhetoric, Book 2, Chapter 9, indignation is the emotion most directly opposed to pity. Directly opposed to it. Okay. Aristotle also writes, indignation is pain caused by the sight of undeserved good fortune. Yeah, that's what Dreamseeker's going through. The terms indignation and indignatio are closely related in part by their common negative emotionality and anger. A speaker may successfully employ indignation and the audience will feel indignation towards the opponent. So like when I'm feeling bad for Dreamseeker right now, I guess there's some truth to that. If we use that as evidence. It's an interesting topic.
他人を思い感じた悔しさも本当は無意識のうちに抱いた哀れみなのかもしれない。そんな不完全な感情は共感されなくて当然だ。
Perhaps even my indignation from others, yes, stemmed from some unconscious, condescending pity. It was far from pure and for some worthy of empathy. Okay, that makes sense now. A little
不安
more.
の隙間は私の迷いを飲み込んでどんどん膨張していった。時に羨望の眼差しを浴びるだけで私は息苦しくなった。
I wonder if Layla feels what Dreamseeker's feeling. Probably does. More bitterness though, but there might be some overlap. The rift of distress grew even wider as it devoured my confusion. Sometimes even the slightest contact with envious gazes made it difficult for me to breathe. Yeah, you feel like suffocating.
そして私は生きるために不器用ながらも効果的な方法を試し始めた。
To survive, I began to employ a clumsy but surely effective strategy. And what strategy was that? Avoidance? Passiveness? Self-deprecation?
見学資格を私にさすがにまずいんじゃないか
Ah, bribery? Elements of it, at least. You sure you want to give me the visiting pass? This doesn't seem right.
大丈夫。ちゃんと根回しをしたから。 いいところを見せてあの商人に認めてもらおう。
No, you really did. You tried to help others by being where your position was at thriving. The thing is, though, they didn't really deserve the help after how they were treating you, to be honest. But like you say, it's to help you survive, so it is for you as well. It's not just out of self. It's still fulfilling. But it's sad that you're having to do that to feel more fulfilled or feeling better. I already vouched for you. As long as you keep it up, you'll be able to impress that merchant.
やってみるよ。ありがとう。
In return, you got thanked by them.
あ、それとハクトに伝えてもらえるかな。あさっての夜8時にスイートテイストに行ってみてって。きっと価値のあるネタが見つかるはずだよ。
Very interesting, Dream Seeker. One more thing. Please tell Botu that he can visit Sweet Tooth at 8 p.m. The day after tomorrow. He'll definitely find newsworthy material there. But you shouldn't have to do any of this unless you want to.
じゃあ限定ヤハコーラにフリムクナの新作ゲーム。今夜はきっと素敵な夜になりますよ。
For Chenzo and Youyun. Look, limited edition Yaha Cola. Paired with the new game at the arcade, Don't Look Back. Oh, that's a nice callback to that event. Decency of data. I'm sure you two ladies will have a wonderful evening. What are you, though?
私があれだけ頑張ってもゲットできなかったのに、どうやって？
How did you? I couldn't even snag it with a massage gun. Massage gun? Also, you got in the past. Nice to hear them. Shame we don't get to see them.
ちょっとバイト先の店長と仲良くなっただけですよ。
Had a little part-time work, but some good in terms of the boss. It was a very interesting topic, though, exploring what indignation more was.
最近は午前も午後も授業でいっぱいだし、先生から宿題も出されてたよね。バイトする時間なんてあった？
Aren't you overworking yourself a bit? Or was that a slight white lie? Fitting in the part-time work, I mean. The schedule is packed with morning and afternoon classes. Push your assignments from Professor. When exactly do you find time for part-time work? You're a hard worker, clearly. But clearly working a bit too hard.
細かいことは気にしないで。それより早くゲームを始めようよ。
That's not important. We should hurry up and play the game. Aren't you self-destroying yourself, the amount you're doing? I'm guessing you're shattered and barely were able to play the game that much, or you're shattered at the end of it?
10戦9勝？信じられないわ。
9 wins out of 10.
さすがユーン先生ですね。あ、そうだ、親切姉さん、これをあげるね。いつもお世話になってるお礼だよ。
You owe them a lot on the emotional sense and obviously what they've done for you, but don't put yourself beneath everyone. Do I understand it's also your sincerity? Professor Youyun is Professor Youyun. Oh, Chenzu. This is for you. Thank you for always taking care of me.
これ今週のファッション誌編集部おすすめナンバーワンとして載ってたピアス？確かすごく高いはずだよね。どこでそんなお金を？
The earrings recommended by Fashion Magazine's editor this week. These are quite expensive. Where did you get the money? Don't ask, it's a side gig. But how? Did doing different favors lead you to do these different things, and then you're using white lies to say you did this, did that, but you actually did this for someone else, did that for that, so it's still also truthful, being not a white lie, and it is a side gig altogether, this entire thing. Along with probably some part-time work, probably, to also add on to this.
みんなが私のために見せてくれる笑顔が
The smiles everyone gave
すご
because
く
of
キラ
me
キラしてたから
are so touching
それを見ているだけで
that just looking at
なん
them
か確かな充実
gives
感
me
を得
this
られた
sense
よ
of
うな気がした
fulfillment,
こ
like
う
I
生
must
き
have
ると決め
gained
てから私はやっと
designed to live this way.
思い切り呼吸ができるようになった
Can finally breathe
今日の
deeply.
バイトやっと終わった
Today's part timing is over. Oxia, first Samsara. So this is still drawing the Samsara. Very interesting. So this is seeing the first time you would have gone through the samsara. Wait, Yulia? Oh, it's true. That's weird. Because we've also got an NPC called Yulia, remember? But they're completely different. That's gonna be more than one Yulia, though. The exam is tomorrow, so I gotta prepare for it today. Yeah, chapter 1, part 2. Big callback. A cat. So we're retracing our steps, aren't we? Oh. Art ways of Yulia. This the one who like says you got any books to borrow or something. So Dreamseeker also works here part-time.
仕事終わり？目のクマすごいよ。早く帰って休んでね。
Off work, head home now. Look at those dark circles under your eyes. They're getting out of control.
ユリア、この前の件だけど、チボクさんはなんて言ってた？
Who's Chimo? I don't remember that name. Yulia, what did Chimo say about what happened before? Say about what happened before.
ユーンさんに送る本を探してあげてもいいって。その代わり古木でもう少し働いてもらってもいい？オープンしてから大した利益も出てないし、ただで手伝うのは難しいって。
He said he can help you find the book you want to give Youyun, but hopes you can work part-time at Antique Ink for a few more days. He said that Antique Ink hasn't made much so far, so we can't really help for free. Yeah. This kind of goes back into the whole thing with Youyun as well, isn't it, before, with the whole like not having a wallet and them saying like, well, you need your ID or you need some form of something. I can't just take the risks. They're definitely mirroring her and Dreamseeker a bit right now.
そっか。今日帰ったらユーン先生に古木を宣伝してもらえないかお願いしてみるよ。お互いに協力し合えば先生は欲しい本を手に入れられるし、古木も知名度が上がるかもしれない。
How about this? I'll go back and think of something today. See if I can get Professor Youyun to help promote Antique Ink. This way, she might find good books in the future. And Antique Ink might get more visibility thanks to her promotion. Using a favor for a favor. I mean, you gotta follow the process.
でも来週の水曜日にテストがあるって昨日話してたよね。この件は一旦後回しにしてテストに集中した方がいいんじゃない？
Just sounded like an exam was coming up from the NPC was saying, so that makes sense. But I remember during our chat yesterday, you mentioned you have an exam next Wednesday. Why don't you put this matter aside for now and focus on preparing for your exam first? Good advice, Yulia. Because this is more important to Dreamseeker, even though their exam is important. Put it aside.
一度手放したものが元の場所に戻ってくるという保証はない。今持っているものを握りしめるだけでも精一杯なのに、そんな余裕はどこにあるのだろう。
No one can guarantee that one seeks will still be there after one lets it go. Yeah, like in this circumstance, for instance. This deal you're offering. It takes all my strength just to hold on to what I already have. Yeah, I know that feeling. That is hard. You get to a point where you feel like you do so many different things, or you have your routine, you have what you find important, and sometimes you can barely just accomplish that. You can barely just do that. You can't really do more than that. I relate to that. Even if that's intended or not. Could I possibly have the luxury of doing as I please? Not the last part though. Hmm.
でも失敗には慣れている。きっと疲れてもすぐに慣れるはずだ。
However, since I have adapted to failure, I suppose I can adapt to exhaustion just as well. You shouldn't do that to yourself, though.
"大丈夫。両方とも何とかしてみるよ。まだ1歳だし、体力だけは自信があるんだ。"
You still shouldn't break your body even if you are young, as you say. Every step's important. But yeah, do what gives you no regrets. Although it's a bit hard to do, isn't it? You're gonna regret doing it or not doing it. I want it all, of course. Don't worry. I'll have you know that I'm young, so my body can withstand anything. The irony to that statement, you consider samsara and the very, very long journey they're on that they don't know yet.
また無理しちゃって。
That they aren't aware of. Great, here you go again.
Coffee でも買わな
I
い
need
と。
to get a coffee. Hey, check out this book. Yeah, trying to promote the shop. Buy a cup of coffee. You're showing us a bit of the stuff then that happened in between that we didn't see at the start. As well as it being the first samsara, the first journey, the first attempt. Well, that's not really buying a coffee unless it's here. Oh, I see the beans. They're not the exact same, 'cause she's not like leaving late with the cat and everything. They aren't, I mean. Buy a cup of coffee. So they were using the Oxia map. It's nice to see Oxia again. Hello, Harold. Elsa. That's clearly Andrew. Maybe there's a play on words. Yeah, just trying to earn those steps in. Gotta work 101. I'm gonna walk into one step after eating. Actually, about scallops. You who seek the flower's fragrance. There's Youyun. What do you want? Hello, Ling. Haven't forgot about Moonshell and Nightfish as well. I wish I could erase all memories of Moonshell, so we'll have a chance to move by her singing once more. Fortune. We will buy a cup of coffee at the personality Tesco. Alright, it will come back later. I see how things are not the exact same. The people are. The Donigo over there was not. Because things aren't replayable, I still like to look around. I should have gathered they might be showing something a bit too early. Oh well. Ange!
こんばんは、アンジェ。
I remember Ange. Or Angie.
もう上がりますよ。どんな理由があっても今日はコーヒーを出しません。そもそも夜に提供するのはパンだけなんですから。
I'm getting off work, so no matter what excuse you use this time, I won't make you coffee. We only spell bread in the evening anyway. So she saw her attempt at trying to get a coffee. Fair play, Ange.
どうしてもダメ？
Is it really a no? Bit manipulative.
どうしていつもそんなに必死なんですか？
Dream Seeker, why are you pushing yourself so hard? Just thinking. Dream Seeker, why are you pushing yourself so hard?
熱い願いを宿した瞳のためと、幾千の人々の笑顔のためと、あなたのため、そして 私が夢見るすべてのためにだよ。
So this is who Dreamseeker More is. How do others feel about this sincerity, but they're being sung underneath it as well? Those eyes filled with hope, the unrestrained laughter of countless souls, for you, and for every dream we've ever dared to chase. It's a good way to sum it up, though, when you consider everything she's doing for everyone, as well as why she's doing it.
やめてください。鳥肌が立ちました。
Amy. Hammy is not the word that came to my mind. Really got this lack of a vocabulary at times. Hammy. The meaning of hammy is marked by exaggerated and usually self-conscious theatrically. Used to describe an actor acting that is unnatural and uses too much emotion. A hammy performance. Okay.
じゃあ親切姉さんのため、そしてユンウン先生のため、あと私の大好きな桜花のために。
The tone's very exaggerated and theatrical though. I can relate to that bit again. Bit of a mask though, isn't it, in this case, for Dreamseeker? And for Chenzu, and for Professor Youyun, for my beloved Oxia.
嘘ばっかりつくんですから。
Of course they won't listen to reason. You just won't listen to reason, will you?
今度こそ本当に最後ですよ。
So Dreamseeker's tried this before. This time is really the last time. You have to get bread in future. You mean thank you, because you said arigato.
鉄は熱いうちに打たないと。今夜は徹夜して古木の宣伝企画を考えてみよう。うまくいけば明日の朝の報告会後にユンウン先生に見せられるし。
You're going to break. You're doing far too much. Got to strike with the iron as heart, so you're a bit of an opportunist. I'll pull an all-night to work on the promotional plan for Antique Ink. If all goes well, Professor Youyun can see it right after the presentation tomorrow morning. Is there nowhere else that sells coffee? If it's that needed... A lot of planning.
ちょっと後回しにしても大丈夫かな。みんなの方が大事だから。
I like how she's putting everyone first, but it also angers me quite a bit. She's not thinking of herself nearly at all, and she's just self-sacrificing. But I don't think they're realizing that by doing all this, they're gonna have less that they can actually give for others. You must love yourself, not just love others. Unless I guess you decide you don't care about yourself, but then... I don't think it's worth doing now. Though I also understand for some, and in general, it's quite hard to not do that. Music's fitting for this theme and some of the stuff they're talking about. And will probably make the player or me think about. Studying can push back a bit. Other people's matters are more important.
みんなの役に立つためなら 嘘つきになっても構わない。
So you are self-aware that it's lying. I understand at times a lie may be needed, but... It's not kind to yourself in this case, for this exact scenario. Though I also get it showing a way to function and survive. When I say survive, I don't mean she's gonna die if they don't do it. I mean it more as... that's their coping mechanism, that's part of their functioning, part of their routine. How they see things. They find it hard to, like, breathe, not literally, you know, without doing it like this. Can't handle the pressure. Can't handle the envious others give them. So they want to get along with everyone. And also feel good about it to some extent. You're living a lie.
心が背負う代価なんて些細なものだ。他人の期待を裏切る罪悪感に比べたら天秤に置く価値すらない。
The price of the heart must bear cannot be weighed on the same scale against the guilt of letting others down. Price and the heart cannot be weighed on the same scale. Interesting, miHoYo. Reminds you of Sandia a bit, reminds you of parents a bit, and reminds me of other things. The price that the heart must bear cannot even be weighed on the same scale. Against the guilt of letting others down. They are two different things, so I sort of agree with you. Unless you mean something else that I'm not getting. Off work, sigh. Is this clock really working? Welcome, would you like to order anything? Bread at this hour, according to what you just said. Can't go back in. What's done is done. Go home. Why'd you make it sound so bad?
黒い犬?
A black dog? This is the first time Doniku showed up? That is weird. Follow the bad dog and see what happens. What's done is done. I like someone watching her as she does this, and I guess to be Layla. Well, some sort of disaster has struck. I guess if I just looked around, I would have just kept running into stuff I've already seen. Making it possible for a single person to extract the sea of data. Ha! To excavate the sea of data. Ha! Who would do that by themselves? There's your flying license go. Yeah, it's like smashed glass. What happened? Where's the lamb? Oh, oh, the mark.
全部あの犬の仕業なの？
Did the dog do all of this? That was the mark of the 10 faces of misery then, wasn't it? Or beast of sacrifice. Or the 10 successions of shadows. Interesting posters. Sorry about that. Yeah. Right, let's continue.
すごく散らかってる。これじゃあ明日の朝の報告会が延期になっちゃう。数時間遅れるか別の日になるかもしれない。どちらにせよユーン先生に企画書を見せる計画が台無しになる。
What a mess. The morning presentation will definitely be postponed. If it's delayed by a few hours, moved to another day, it'll all affect the time Professor Youyun reviews my proposal. Yeah, the anger, upset, or displeasure's coming up now. Because you can't just say, I'll just make it work. Life came crashing in like a calamity. Of misfortune and bad luck.
今夜復習しておく？うん、もう木曜日だし、週末はユーン先生に迷惑をかけられないから、明日中に見せないと来週の月曜日になっちゃう。でも水曜日にはテストが、頭がぐちゃぐちゃだ。
The way to please everyone has been basically broken. And now she has to try and... Now they have to try and pick an order of priority. Should I study tonight? Make a choice. No, it's already Thursday, and I can't bother Professor Youyun on the weekend. So I have a show the proposal tomorrow, or next Monday. But there's an exam on Wednesday. Ugh, my head's all over the place. But I can't stop. And you can, but you won't.
立ち止まったら、私はまた制御できない現実に、不安の深淵に引きずり込まれてしまう。
That's understandable. Your drive will go, basically. Your direction will go. Your routine will go. What you built will go. Unfortunately, part of getting through things is having that distress or collapsing and then picking yourself back up. You know, it feels like you can't. But I understand trying to always make sure it never falls down. But it inevitably will half the time fall down. Then again, everyone's life's different. No, I'm saying sounds very cynical, even a bit pessimistic. I'm mostly just being realistic. If I stop this uncontrollable reality, it will drag me back into the abyss. Distress once again. Near your fear. Yeah, it's a form of fear. Prayer will fit into one of the categories. Do you have the 10 faces of misery, to be honest? Never mind that now. I need to get my body moving first. You can only do so much, Dream Seeker. Don't push yourself too much. Try to catch the culprit. Yes, chasing the dog again, just like you did in the other cycles. And this time it's already here in Oxia. That's the difference. Just looks like a bunch of forms. Nothing really on them but text. Can I go around? Or is this gonna lead me to spoilers again? I get the feeling it probably won't. Since you say she's a gardener, so am I a vegetable? Hello, Oxia's protector. That seems a bit different. A day as a teacher is a headache for a lifetime. Hello there, welcome. Hello, demo. Great, another one. Youyun, freelance musician. Reason is the source of wisdom. Hello, Julia. Did you know about today's morning news? Yeah, it looks a bit different. Probably from the crisis. Yeah, there's the rail, just like in D-Phone. We now know a bit more about the rail, at least. What are you looking at? Don't you believe me? First Oxia defect. Hello, Giuseppe. It's nice just to see Oxia again like this, so I'm gonna look around. I know you can do this in the lobby and stuff, but it feels different when you're doing it in the story. It's nice to reminisce. It's nice to try and see if anything said now makes a bit more sense. Hey, this isn't Chenzu's. Yimin. Close to Yisong. Different though. Would you like to hear the exclusive news? They just never fix Botu. You just speak to him always.
Yeah, 若者。いい花をしてるね。俺からスクープの匂いでも嗅ぎつけたのかな?
Hey there, young blood. Got a keen nose, huh? Did you catch a whiff of this exclusive scoop I've got?
確かにすごいネタを聞いて調べたんだ。ちょっとくらいならあんたに教えてやってもいいよ。
Word in the street is, I mean, I stumbled upon some pretty juicy news. Bringing you into the fold won't hurt.
記者としての職業倫理があるからね。ガセネタじゃないって保証するよ。どう？興味はある？
As a journalist, I solemnly swear that this story is absolutely authentic, so what do you say? Interested? What news first? Actually, what about the old news first? Mix up instead of picking one. Old news, you can remember that? I mean, quality and truthful news take time to brew. I'll let you know once I've got confirmation. As a journalist, I solemnly swear... Okay, yes, you flip it. Okay, what news? Well. Well, don't go broadcasting it everywhere. According to reliable sources, aliens have landed in Oxia. I'm sure there's some truth to this still. When you consider everything. Considering the Laquadar stuff, you know. You know, Senadia, Litost, and Nahara Lab. Nahara. Then you got Corelli and Helia. Dreamseeker technically, but not really. You could say a few things to aliens, you could also say the sky people. You could say a few things. I mean, technically you could even also bring up about Sparkle, since they would have been an alien in the collab, and that collab would have taken a bit before a certain point, obviously. I guess Sampo would count as well. Yeah, Vito would count as well, I guess. Unless we find out still that Luoxians and Perusians have some sort of connection. Biologically. That wouldn't make them so alien to each other, but I guess could still be viewed as alien. Where did you hear that from? I wouldn't dream of revealing my sources. My journalistic integrity is beyond reproach. According to eyewitnesses, these aliens have heads as big as flying hover cars, 4 hands and 20 legs. Reminds me of the sky people, potentially. What did that look? Let me tell you, this is absolutely legit. Harold and Marine both swear they've seen it. Hey, don't walk away. Oh, he seems to have saved data. Sorry, I've got something else to attend to.
大丈夫。もう少し謎のままにしよう。あと数日でこのスクープはトップニュースになって全桜花を震撼させると思うよ。
I'm sure there's some truth to his news. It just hasn't happened yet somehow. Or it could be the biggest red herring in existence. No worries, let's just maintain a little mystery, shall we? In a few days, this news will hit the headlines and shock the whole of Oxia. Hello, Vincent. My stars, my dear stars. Hello, Lucia. Salini Trope member. Anki 3762. Hello, Antares City Librarian. These aren't foreign to me. I remember these. This is the wave thing I was telling you before for technology, this like wave stuff. Darren! Good to see you. I hope we get to see these other parts of Oxia that we still haven't seen. Yeah, Shilu, the master slacker. That's true. Phew, let's find somewhere and take a nap. Corporate culture, corporate. Yeah, there's Dante's fatigued working at all. It's so hard to remember. The rate of speed is... You remind me of Zero a bit, Qian Sheng. "167 days until the year is up. Right now, the year is almost over. So the arcade machine remained motionless, then a spark of inspiration ignited with you. Every riddle has a solution. Theft, insert a wire into the lock. I'm not sure how you had found a piece of wire, but you realized there was no place to insert it. Clearly the arcade in Oxia City had already switched to electronic locks. Huh? Dimension doors, Tartarus, the hell gate of pain and miseries. Nothing happened and you found yourself blushing in embarrassment. What? For a punch at the door? You shut the door forcefully and feel a searing pain in your fist. It appeared the door retaliated with equal force. Oh, where's the other thing come from? Oh, what's the dimensionless door? Ah, dimension doors. What? I don't remember the dimension doors part. Hey there. Do you need help? Hello, Ludi. Oh, is that the mark? Yeah, it's different. I wonder if the looping back's supposed to be symbolic. The repeated cycling, the repeated trying. Going to the anchor doesn't do anything. One day I hope those doors open. Well, time to catch the culprit. Black dog. This is... Touch the first shadow. This explains a bit more how the journeys began. Well, before we continue, I'm getting some water. Well, let's continue now. We've had some water. We are more hydrated. Now let's continue. Touch the first shadow.
10日目、研究員ユーウン。観察中に目覚め、うつろな表情と周期的な手足の痙攣を見せた。また、音声分析システムによると、背の文字をつぶやいている。自立能力なし。カプセルから出すのは不可能と判断。
The shadows or shards or memories of the past we haven't seen, I'm assuming this all is. Day 10. 10 days then. Subject woke up during Professor Youyun's observation. They also come to like existence because of observation as well. Appeared catatonic with intermittent body twitches and constant murmurings. Voice analysis system primarily identified murmurings as Senna? Determined to be incapable of self-care, unable to leave the pod. Or C? Senna or C or something with Se. Catonic. That's like a body. Catonic meaning. If someone is catonic, they are stiff and not moving or reacting as if dead. There's also catonia, but I don't know if it's the same thing, because this is a disorder. Not sure. Let's leave it for now. I think I mainly get it from what it's saying. So they're struggling to move. Unable to fully self-care. Okay.
研究員親切。観察中に目覚め、うつろな表情を見せた。外部からの刺激に反応せず、自立能力なし。カプセルから出すのは不可能と判断。
So this is what they meant by they've been watching them for 365 or something days. And other solutions were tried to help Dreamseeker. Day 127. Woke up during Researcher Chenzu's observation. Appeared catonic and was unresponsive to external stimuli. Yeah, so some sort of external stimuli. Determined to be incapable of self-care. Unable to leave the pod. Okay. Sounds about right.
259日目。研究員親切。観察中に目覚め、時に怒るようにカプセルの内壁を叩き、時に悲しむように体を丸めた。情緒が安定せず、カプセルから出すのは不可能と判断。
Day 5, 259. Woke up during Researcher Chenzu's observation. Alternated between banging the pod's wall in rage and curling up in sorrow. Determined to be emotionally unstable. Unable to leave the pod. Okay, that makes sense. I wonder why they were banging out of anger at them. I mean, maybe they wanted to be free. There's a possibility considering the bit at the start we got of this chapter. Or is there another thing that influenced their emotion?
458日目。研究員ユーウン。観察中に突如目覚め、激しく内壁を叩いた結果、研究員を驚かせ泣かせた。研究員への威嚇行動とみなし、カプセルから出すのは不可能と判断。
Day 458. Suddenly woke up during researcher Youyun's observation. Still banging then at times. At certain intervals. Barney banged on the pod's wall, making her cry in fear. Determined to be intimidation of research personnel. Unable to leave the pod. Sounds about right.
580日目、研究員ユーウン。観察中に目覚め、研究員と挨拶を交わした。喜ばしい変化と言える。
Did they just become like a blank slate or lose all emotion or something? It seems quite different to all the other observations. Varney banged on the pod's walls, making her cry in fear. Oh, I see. Youyun violently banged on the pod's walls, making her cry in fear. Determined to be an intimidation of research personnel unable to leave pod. It's a bit messed up, Youyun, or was it the way around, but either way. Day 580. Woke up during researcher Youyun's observation and greeted her a heartening change. Feels a bit wrong.
時間的にこれはユーウン先生と親切姉さんが作成した私の観察記録だよね。でもどうして580日目より前のことが全然思い出せないんだろう。
Because you're missing that data, is from what I've understood with 3x it talked about or implied. You're missing memories. You're an incomplete star whisperer in a way. Similar to Roland in the Durandal visual novel. Judging by the time, this must be Professor Youyun and Jinzu-ne-san's observation records of me. But why can't I recall anything that happened before day 580? There's probably another reason as well.
困惑と不安が心を覆う。それは私の心臓の音を完全にかき消してしまうくらいに強く響いた。
Beyond confusion, panic also clung to my heart. Yeah, and fear again. Their intense pulsing, drowning out my own heartbeat. Okay. Touch the second shadow. There's 4 of them. So Dream Seekers are here a bit of an experiment in some ways. Or have very difficult births.
言葉では表せない感情が私の心をわしづかみにした。
The moment I touched the shadow, an indescribable feeling gripped my heart.
無数の歳月によって積み重ねられてきた悲しみや痛み、思いと孤独が一瞬で私を押しつぶそうとする。
Is that to do with Layla and Orsia and despair? Or in regrets? Or things you can't remember? The sorrow, pain, longing, and solitude accumulated over countless days and nights almost crushed me in an instant.
あなたの名を怪我したりしないよ。あなたの道をたどってみんなを見守り続けてみせる。
Chenzu, maybe? Hazy voice. I will not disgrace your name. I will follow in your footsteps and continue to watch over them.
あなたの名を怪我したりしないよ。あなたの道をたどってみんなを見守り続けてみせる。
Or is that Nahara? Sounds more like Nahara, actually.
涙をこらえて何度も何度も試した。
No, it'd be Layla, wouldn't it? Because that would make the most sense for Dreamseeker. Holding back tears, singing but not disgracing her name, so that'd be more Layla, maybe. Holding back tears, trying again and again.
あなたの名を怪我したりしないよ。あなたの道をたどってみんなを見守り続けてみせる。
Yeah, definitely some form of regrets.
見えない道の終点にたどり着くにはどれだけの時間がかかるんだろう。
But how long is this path? And how much longer will it take me to reach its end?
卵を石に投げつけるように何度繰り返しても失敗するだけだった。
Like throwing eggs against a stone, failing time and time again.
重ねた傷跡から生まれた恐怖はやがて歪んだ執念となり長夜に落ちた心を飲み込んだ。心の奥底から湧き上がってくる悲しみの音色が魂に響き渡る。
The fear born from layers of scars also became a distorted obsession, devouring the heart that fell into eternal night. Very symbolic, leaving only a sorrowful sound that rose from deep within my heart and reverberated through my soul. I'm just a bit reminded of Helia because the music.
あなたのために絶対失敗できない。
This is for Helia. For you. But that sounds like again a bit Layla. I absolutely cannot fail. Yeah, that pressure. That desire. That fear. Touch the third shadow. Will do. Readable time. Resonance of the Past, Part 1. A burst of static. Professor Youyun's voice. Director, I'm sorry, I messed up again. Gentle female voice. I thought you'd burst into tears. Shout out a big wah, drop into a squat and refuse to get up for half the day. Gentle female voice. Since you didn't, does that mean you've blamed yourself so much? You can't even cry anymore. Professor Youyun's voice. Before I knocked, I'd already cried for 3 hours. Youyun has, okay. I ran out of tissues within 10 meters, so I didn't cry anymore. Feel this, Vincenzo. Gentle female voice. I have tissues here. Professor Youyun's voice. That's perfect. Gentle female voice. Youyun, leaving today aside, I've always wondered. You've been out of the stasis pod. I'm working here for a whole year. So why are you walking on eggshells every day, too nervous to even look me in the eye? This was before Chenzo. Gentle female voice. It's as if you've done something wrong. No. More like you let someone down in the past. Failed to live up to someone's trust. That seems closer to the truth. But you're a child of the Sea of Data. You're not supposed to have a past, are you? Interesting. That would go along with the readable about Youyun thinking about life repeating and cycling. Professor Youyun's voice, I don't know. I just feel I don't have the courage or ability to face you. Naturally. Like you said, I've only been out of the stasis pod for a year. Professor Youyun's voice. When I first arrived, I felt relieved, knowing I had talented seniors to guide me. She was the people you looked up to. And a dependable director carrying the burden. You don't know who the director is. I thought I could just stay backstage and cheer for all of you on the front lines. But yeah, you can't do that fully. Professor Youyun's voice. But now, you've suddenly pushed me onto the stage. Just like with the visuals of like the talking and stuff. The spotlight follows me in every step I take. Feels like I'm about to lose my footing. Professor Youyun's voice. I've actually asked you many times in my heart why you chose me, but I've never once said it aloud. December for me, but then again, at least more came from the Sea of Data. Professor Youyun's voice. Oh yeah. Is it because I admire you too much? Because saying it aloud feels like questioning your decision? I don't know. I only know that since you've chosen this path for me, I absolutely cannot collapse on stage. Professor Youyun's voice. If I fall, the one embarrassed is you who put me there, tiptoeing and treading carefully. It's the only way I can stay on the stage at all, and yet I still embarrassed myself today. Gentle female voice. Is that so? Could it be Achita maybe, actually? Professor Youyun's voice. Huh? Gentle female voice. You didn't lose your legs by falling on stage. And the audience down below might have just taken it as a little special performance. Gentle female voice. I didn't put you on stage because I wanted to treat work like a life or death pact, or a high-risk gamble. If that's how you see that relationship, wouldn't that make me a gambler trying to win big with a tiny bet? Professor Youyun's voice. For the record, I never thought that. You're the one who said it. Until female voice. What I wanted was you to treat the trust I gave you as a romantic promise. Until female voice. And fulfilling that promise is simple. Just give me a small surprise. Gentle female voice. Whenever it comes early or late, doesn't matter. Time is part of what makes a surprise beautiful. It doesn't only fade. It accumulates. Gentle female voice. I believe you can lead this institute toward a better future. Youyun.
ユーン先生にも迷った時
I
期が
didn't
あ
know
ったんだ。
Professor Youyun could feel lost too.
彼女は彼女で、
But she is who she is.
私は
And I
私にしかなれない。
can only be who I am. Which the fourth shadow. I assume this will be part 2 of the readable? Or we're only gonna get that first part. Always appreciate more readables, though. Alright, let's touch the fourth shadow. Let's see what happens. So one shadow is more to do with Dreamseeker and like of a perspective of her. Them. And the stasis pod and observation. Which obviously had Youyun and Chenzu, it seemed, involved. The other one was more about like Layla, or reminded me of a lot of other characters, potentially on Ahara or someone else. I felt like it symbolised maybe that indignation, or that pity, or bitterness, or desire, or, you know, being swallowed by darkness. In a non-literal sense, the heart, the fear. And the last one feels like it gave us a snippet of Youyun and her difficulty or anxiety, darkness, symbolism of her being on a stage and the spotlight following her, and a promise between her and some unknown gentle female voice, either as Ajita, probably not Chenzu, someone else. And now we have the first shadow. And also, like, Dreamseeker gets to see another face of Youyun, another side she never got to really see before. A burst of static again. It's interesting, this. It's like a recording. I guess a bit like a tape recording, maybe. My voice. So Dreamseeker. After the entire speech draft I wrote Professor Youyun ended up using just one line. If you have any questions, feel free to write to Youyun's classroom. I see, so it'll be others who have questioned. Yes, Youyun's classroom will be a bit like, obviously, well, Dreamseeker, other students asking stuff, which makes sense. And yes, I guess also things to, I think, with, like, what's the name? Lingyi? Like, you know, Honkai classroom stuff. It's similar to that. I know it's a bit of something like that as well. And GGZ and HI3. My voice. Once she got on stage talk again. She just spoke whatever popped into her head. But it worked somehow. It somehow worked. Beautifully. In other words, whenever I was involved or not, the outcome would have been exactly the same. No, she did some of your work. But yeah, she also said stuff that popped into her head because that's her voice. My voice. I thought she'd tear into me afterward. But she never brought it up all day. Don't tell me she thinks such a disgrace shouldn't be aired in public. And the plans to make up for it with a strict lecture tonight. Professor Youyun's voice. What are you mumbling about now? Since you knew Chenzu and I were coming over, why didn't you... Professor Youyun's voice. Why didn't you buy snacks and a hot cola ahead of time? My voice. Chenzu's voice. So it's probably, yeah, it probably isn't Chenzu, the other voice before. Dreamseeker, aren't you even curious about that cardboard box we left downstairs around the corner? I handbagged everything at the snack shop. My voice. After I got home, I was still reflecting on what happened this morning. Professor Youyun's voice. This morning? What happened this morning? Shouldn't you be reflecting on the fact that you weren't prepared at all to host guests? Luckily, Chenzu saw that coming. Now we can enjoy a nice cozy team building. My voice. Team building? Why are we doing team building at my place? Professor Youyun's voice. My place is a mess. Chenzu's is too spotless and yours... Well, at least neither of us lives here. You did want a place. Professor Youyun, yeah. My voice. Oh, okay. Chenzu's voice. Don't worry, I'll help you tidy up a bit. Tidy up before we leave. Chenzu's voice. Anyway, tonight's team building theme is movie and game night. Since it's your first time joining Dreamseeker, you get to decide what we watch. My voice. Then, how about a horror movie? Horror. Because fear and stuff again. A burst of static. Is it like corrupted recording? Or fragments of bits of pieces missing? Shadows of the past? My voice. Professor Youyun, my hand feels a little numb. Professor... yeah. Professor Youyun's voice. Don't say stuff like that when the creepy music is about to hit the climax. Professor Youyun's voice. Wah! My voice. And she's hiding in Chenzu's arm again. The movie's only 15 minutes in. A burst of static. Chenzu's voice. Dreamseeker, I didn't expect you to be good at this good at action games. My voice. Hiding with the Professor Youyun is not only bad at action games, she's also bad at story-heavy games. Youyun, how could you? Professor Youyun's voice. What's that supposed to mean? Say it again clearly. My voice. I mean, the warning sign is huge right here. And you still walk the protagonist straight into the water 5 times. That's pretty defiant. Yeah, but it reflects her explorability. I like that. Professor Youyun's voice. Defiant? It's called scientific curiosity. I walked into the water to see if there was a hidden achievement. And since nothing popped up, that's clearly the developer's fault. No, it just means the game wasn't made for you and your intended hope there. It's only a fault if you consider it a fault. Professor Chenzu's voice. I think the teacher has a point. Now then, Dreamseeker, please deliver an important address on the teacher's glorious record of 10 straight losses tonight. My voice. Professor Youyun really needs to stop sinking her whole body with the character. And maybe also stop bursting into tears every time I land a hit. Professor Youyun's voice. 10 straight losses. No, I actually won the last match. Chenzu's voice. To defend your win. You're really not denying the bursting to tears part, Professor. You've grown. Teasing her. My voice. Before Professor Youyun accidentally kicked over the console, there were only 5 seconds left. Karate tactics a little. Or was it Helia? I don't know. Someone did it once or something similar. An ultimate move animation takes about 3 seconds. Even if she managed to trigger it, there was no way she'd beat me with my full health bar. Professor Youyun's voice. Dreamseeker, you've already won 9 times. Can't you cut a little slack for your adorable professor who's been working non-stop all day? My voice. But before we played, you said games aren't child's play. Professor Youyun's voice. What an upside down world. I'm done. See you tomorrow. My voice. Wait, we're ending the night like this? What about the speech draft? Chenzu's voice. Dreamseeker, the #1 rule under Professor Youyun is no work talk during break time. We'll see you tomorrow. Do I really deserve all your kindness? Read the files. Is that a Wazier I see? Wait, there's multiple of them. Why are the Waziers just standing here? That's weird. Are there more of them this way? I feel like it wants me to look around, because otherwise why have this be here? And that's going to come up later, but you know. I'm curious, though. Well, so many ways you have come. The alarm is sounding. What on earth happened? Yes, the things have actually changed now. Yeah, the way she is missing now. Everything else is normal. No, I must have to, like, look around. I mean, that's just if you explore, you get a bit of curiosity. If you don't, you miss it, potentially. That's how I'm treating this. Since you can call the warrior of Homu, Wahoo! Can you call the dentist of Homu Doc-ho? Maybe. I had to be sure. And now I'm sure. What's about to happen? Alright, let's read the files. This doesn't feel dangerous at all. I could have spoke to Boto again. But I already did that. Career adaptability test report. Yeah, they talked about this at the start about the, adaptability test report. Oh, that's what it was referring to then. It was referring to things at the start of this chapter, so we never knew what it was fully about. Test subject Dream Seeker. This is entropy, obviously, but you know what I mean. 1 sub-assessment results. Cognitive and logical reasoning. Comment. The subject's attention is easily drawn to irrelevant details, showing scattered and erratic thinking. During the test, she frequently fell silent or gave answers unrelated to the questions. Hate this type of thing. But I get it as well. Emotional stability and stress tolerance. Comment. In simulated high-pressure scenarios, the subject showed signs of anxiety and withdrawal. When receiving critical feedback, she overreacted, slipped quickly into self-doubt, and struggled to manage stress. Social collaboration and communication. Comment. The subject lacks basic social intuition. In group tasks, she displayed a strong tendency to isolate herself. She could follow team-based instructions, but her mind often drifted during execution, harming team efficiency and coordination. Seems a bit harsh. Basic skills and knowledge preparedness. Comment. The subject was completely unfamiliar with the standard tools and operating systems used in Oxia, behaving as though she were immersed in a fantasy world disconnected from reality. So like the learning, like within the stigma, not as that example, she hasn't, Dreamseeker didn't gain the understanding or basic knowledge that others maybe got, potentially. Again, they're incomplete in a way. More alien. Work motivation and sense of responsibility. Comment. The subject showed emotional indifference toward questions of work, duty, and compensation. When asked about career plans, she lacked even the basic sense of responsibility needed to create value for Oxia. This is really, like, harsh. 2. Overall conclusion and recommendations. Conclusion: not qualified for employment. Recommends return to the stasis pod for continued monitoring. So they can be nurtured, I guess, to being more useful. I don't like this stasis pod stuff. It's interesting, but it's quite messed up. Special notes excluded from the official report. Episode description. While preparing to initiate the transfer progress, I, Youyun, forcibly halted it. My reason is simple. I disagree with the Career Allocation Committee's conclusion. They seem quite cold, not Youyun. This report only measures what she cannot do, and completely ignores what she is. Oxia is already stable and efficient enough. It doesn't need another walking corpse. As of today, she's officially my student. Good on you, Youyun. You saved her from the jaws of molding.
そうか。誰も私に仕事を与える気はなかったんだ。ユーン先生が助けてくれなかったら、私には 安定カプセルに戻って観察され続けるという選択肢しかなかったの？
I knew it wasn't all smiles of Oxia. Damn, that's harsh. Ooh, I don't like it. That's... As the committee, and I get they're like looking for ways to make molds and make people obviously, you know, be cultivated and actually help Oxia and help it grow and add things to it, but so unemotional, like revision and reviewing. Ooh, I don't like it. So it's interesting it's a layer in all this. And it makes sense. It's like the opposite of how Senna would probably treat her people in D-Thing. So things got more robotic as time went by. So, no one actually wants to give me a job. Professor Youyun hadn't intervened. Would my only fate have been to return to the stasis pod for observation? This reminded me of Kaguya a bit in GGZ.
犬はいなくなっちゃったし、データ監視室も散らかったままだ。このままここにいたら私、犯人扱いされちゃう。
Oh no, the dog is gone, and the data monitoring room hasn't been restored. If I stay here any longer, I'll be taken for a criminal. Is this why we have Chenzu? And also technically Weijia kind of a restroom seeker at one point? Is this the real history? Though it doesn't mean that they did anything in the end, the dog did. But then again, it could also maybe have their own powers, could be a few things. It should have just put me back to like chapter 4 of part 2, but... Interesting. Can you, like, stop it? Seriously. No. Yeah, it's fine. I have to leave before... To leave, I have to escape before Weijia arrives. Somewhere nobody can find me. Weishia's coming from ahead. I must find another way out. What happens if we get caught? I must find out! I am R7056 security class robot Weijia. Suspicious behavior has been detected. Please cooperate with the inspection.
経験したことのないエイカの尋問に怯えながら対応した。
It better still let me explore while being potentially chased, but I think you were intended to get caught eventually. I'd never experienced anything like this before, so I was terrified throughout Weijie's interrogation.
"私が尋問する側なら、こんな怪しい人物を簡単に見逃したりはしない。でも私は私で、自分が何をしたのか誰よりも理解している。今思えば刺激に反応しすぎてしまったのかもしれない。
If I were the interrogator, I certainly wouldn't let such a suspicious person off easily. But I am who I am, and I know better than anyone what I did. Looking back now, perhaps it was also the stress response at work.
とにかくエイカが私に待つようにと伝え、調査報告書を書いてる間に、私は開き直りにも似た無謀な勇気を振り絞り逃げ出した。
In short, while Weijie was writing the investigation report after telling me to wait patiently for notification, I fled with a foolhardy courage. Okay, yeah. Did you think they'd just take you in? Is that why? Even though you didn't do anything?
いつもの場所に行こう。あそこなら
I'll
誰
go
も
to
い
my
ない。
usual place. It must be empty. Find a quiet place. But what happens if I go back? I literally can't. Is that what the lockpick thing was before? No. Oh, he's gone. Again, Chapter 4 Part 2 feels like, again, it's... you know, a bit of a pull to all this. Flour and then like some tax. Can I go around? Teaching a grandchild is exhausting. I need to find a tutor. You get caught again, it's just block you from going that way. Still can't go there. Now you can return to the Weijies. Just wonder what happened. Did disaster strike Oxia at some point? Can't go that way, so I have to now walk all the way around. Well done, me. Well, while we're here, Botu, any new news?
若者、確かに記者としての職業倫理があるからね。大丈夫。
Nope. Find a quiet place. Maybe that was a memory Dream Seeker was never supposed to, like, recover. What are you thinking about? I'm assuming they're thinking about the fact that without Youyun they wouldn't have been able to get as far as they did.
ずいぶん広い場所ね。お邪魔してもいいかしら。
This place is pretty spacious. Mind if I join you? Sure thing. Pink-haired, looking unknown.
OK ということね。
No answer? I'll take that as a yes. You look a little different. Not by much though. This outfit's really cool though. I like this because it reminds me of Dr. May a bit again. I like how they've also done like a little tag with a name with like a little identification face on. Just an extra little layer. No answer? I'll take it. I'll take that as a yes.
ねえ、夢追い人。もしあなたがデータ監視室に誘導されたのも 怯えながら逃げ出そうとしたのも全てが幻覚のせいだったって言ったら信じてくれる？
Oh yeah, there are illusions of the state of data out there after all. So chapter 4 part 2, and just in general it was said in chapter 1 part 2. Good point. Could be an illusion. How am I supposed to believe this?
恐れながら今夜の出来事を先生に話した。でも先生の返事はそれこそ幻覚のように私の予想をはるかに超えていた。
Yes, things aren't always as they appear. I think she told the professor about my encounter tonight. She gave me an answer that was beyond my imagination, and could also be dismissed as an hallucination. Yeah, I really like the sciencey like design to it, and I like this thing. This is a bit Layla-like here. The white's very center, a bit like the guide outfit. Again, different though. Very sciencey. Lab coat like. And a bit also like a flower. I fancy you told the professor about my encounter tonight, but she gave an answer that's beyond my imagination. It could also be dismissed as an hallucination.
誤作動で鳴った警報以外の異常はなかったデータ監視室で私はただぼーっとして15分間も経ってたんですか？
Apart from the accidentally triggered alarm, there was nothing unusual in the data monitoring room. And I just stood there for 15 minutes.
でもユーン先生と親切姉さんの音声記録や私の適正レポートを確認しました。それにあの犬も。
She reminded me very much of like GGC again with like the Kevin Light novel. Or like she reminded me of any time her like a dream, but not like, you know, not like without other stuff going on, but this, I mean just like an actual dream or a bit of an illusion potentially going on. Not the dreams aren't just illusions in terms of how they work in, you know, HI3, etc. I'm going pathetic, I mean. Oh yeah, the Feast and the Sea of Data event. But again, like, it's a form of reality. It still has happened in a way. It still is like a memory. It still is something that Dreamseeker remembered. Professor Youyun and Chenzu's recordings, my social adaptation, assessment report, the raw materials are personally verified. And that dog too.
だったらどうして音声記録の内容は覚えてないのに私が細かいことで何度もあなたを責めたことだけは覚えてたの？
But how would you have got to see all of that? You been observing them in the observation pod again? Then why couldn't you remember what happened in the audio logs? Yeah, it did feel fragmented. But only all the times I blamed you for little things. Because that's what's stuck in her heart, I guess. That's stuck in Dreamseeker's heart, in their memories, in their fears. Is that a googly eye thing? They look like a bit of a sheep. What is that? What am I looking at? What is this? Yeah, it's like floppy sheep ears. There's a little white body. Is it firefly sheep? What is it?
もしかして安定カプセルで眠るたびに記憶がリセットされてたんでしょうか。私の記憶に残ってるのは全部580日目以降の出来事です。
So you even have a cycle in your own stasis pod. Maybe a representation of a Dreamseeker pod, maybe. Perhaps every time I fall asleep in the stasis pod, it resets the memories of my brief moments of consciousness. And all I can remember are the events of the day 580. So this was the first block, the first samsara. And you're always forgetting and then restarting. Very interesting, potentially.
自分はバグだらけで眠るたびに初期化される生き物なんだって言いたいの？誰が作ったデータ生命体だと思ってるのよ。
Who do you think you are? A data life form written by someone? We know that's not the case. You know, they're an electrical life form with data and stuff. Not only are you buggy as heck, but you even format yourself every time you sleep. But I think they're just trying to comfort Dreamseeker into that's not what it is and that's not what's going on. You don't have to come up with like reasons for stuff happening. It just is an illusion, or you know, the sea of data in some form.
創造物を愛情を込めて丁寧に育てずに勝手に外の世界に放り出す創造心なんて適当にゴミを捨てる悪ガキと変わらないじゃない。
Casting a creation into the world without any rigorous and humane nurturing. Actually, because Dreamseeker was missing all that, it seemed. Missing what others have. How is such a creator any different from a naughty child littering? The creators have a Layla, that's why you're referring to it that way. Or it would be the Sea of Data to some extent, along with Layla, or just Sea of Data. So I really am trash. That's not what Youyun's saying. You poor thing.
違うわよ。あなたのことをゴミ扱いするはずないでしょ。ちょっとした例えなんだから真に受けないで。
No, that definitely wasn't about you. It was just a spur of the moment metaphor. So don't take it so literally. But there probably is literalness to what you just said. Whether you're aware of it or not. And also how Dreamseeker also sees themselves outside of all this. It's a bit of a reflection of that. You will not convince me otherwise. You are kind, no, Youyun.
細かいことばかり覚えてる理由は一つしかないわ。あなたは静かに眠るのが好きなのに、私のわがままに付き合わされちゃって、長い間我慢してたから印象に残ったのよ。
The only reason you only remember trivial matters is that you love peace and quiet. You enjoy your sleep, and I was too willful and reckless. You put up with me for so long. That's why you remember them so clearly. I'm glad you acknowledge your faults, flaws, / self. No, it's a problem. But I think there is some truth to what Dreamseeker was saying.
確かに長い間我慢してたけど、理由は他にある気が。
I did put up with them for a while, but I don't think... Nope, stop saying things that'll hurt you. Your sensei's or my sensei's... Your sensei's feelings. Yawnies. Let's continue.
データの海から生まれた人たちは普通の生活を送れるかどうかを確認するために安定カプセルの中で観察されなきゃならないの。たまに長時間眠っちゃってカプセルから出られなくなるケースもあるけど。
Oh, it's hot today. Give me a breather. Oh, great. Everyone born in the sea of data must be placed in a stasis pod for observation. To observe, like, the source matter, right? To observe their data. To observe their condition. To observe any potential anomalies. To confirm whether they are capable of living a normal life. A Occasionally there are cases where individuals cannot leave the pod due to prolonged periods of sleep. Because they're dream seeking, or you know, because they're sleeping, obviously, but still. I can see some overlap.
あなたには一番驚かされたわ。589日も眠り続けるなんて。何度も装置を壊して無理やり起こそうとしたくらいよ。まあ、私には壊せないし、壊せたところであなたが起きるっていう保証もない。
This feels like this could potentially prove again the reason that Dreamseeker is awake and not in slumber is because Kiana then goes into slumber. I really do feel like, to some extent, Dreamseeker waking up and Kiana going into slumber are connected, whether it's fair or not. I want it to be the case because it makes so much sense. And with the Layla and Shadow stuff and thinking about maybe Luok saying, there's a few pieces to it. But you were definitely the most impressive among them, staying there for a full 589 days. There were times when I couldn't stand it anymore. I wanted to smash through the pod and force you to wake up, but I wasn't capable of doing that. You never succeeded. You might not have woken up anyway. You're partly doing everything to help by only banging on the glass and stuff, but I ended up just scaring them.
ごめんなさい。
Sorry.
どうして謝るの ?590 回目に会った時からお互い様ってやつじゃない
Why say that? We were even as far back as our 590th meeting. Maybe it's not nice memories for Dreamseeker. Sounds terrifying, sounds like very existential. Sounds like a very... I guess the idea is a bit like a baby in a womb, isn't it, in a sense, or a creation or a life in slumber and not having its normal creation. But obviously it came from the state of data, so it's anything but normal. But you know what I mean. You know what I'm saying. I hope.
So れじゃあもう一度聞くわね。あなたがデータ監視室に誘導されたのも怯えながら逃げ出そうとしたのも全てが幻覚のせいだったって言ったら
Now let me ask you again. What have I told you that whatever lured you to the data monitoring room and panicked you into running away was just an hallucination? Or is it seeing a past life?
信じてくれる
Would you believe me? I'd like to believe some more to it. The skepticism is strong with the Dreamseeker. Would you believe me? I don't believe you. Well, that must be true. I believe you. Well, that must be fake.
Nara, 先生を置いていって今すぐデータ監視室に戻ってみなさい。その目で欲しい真実を確かめてみればいいわ。警備員のアハラムにあの時の音声記録とあなたの適正レポートを調べてもらってもいいわよ。
One has to see the truth for themselves before they come to their own conclusion, Youyun. Then go ahead and leave me behind. Return to the data monitoring room and see the truth, quotation marks, you seek with your own eyes. You can even ask Alam, the monitoring room administrator, to retrieve the audio logs and your social adaptation assessment report from back then. So are those things that she saw just what Dreamseeker saw just a fear then they had?
ただし、そこで見た真実が 最終的に私の言う通りだったとしたら、先生の信頼を裏切った教え子として罰を受けることになるわ。それから
However, if the truth you ultimately see is exactly as I said, I think it will be, you must accept the consequences of betraying my trust. After that... Yeah? After that?
We 私たちはもう一度一から信頼を育て直していく必要があるわね。
We can only start from scratch and rebuild our trust once again. Wow, you're that upset about it. I mean, I understand it, but still. A little bit of skepticism shouldn't burn the bridge that much. But it's fair, that's how you feel, and you don't appreciate feeling that, you know, Dreamseeker couldn't just agree with you. Still, it's a bit harsh. I have mixed feelings on that.
これまでタダで貸してたマンションを出て、うちに住みなさい。そして、毎朝8時に朝食を作って、寝坊した私をおぶって研究所まで走れるように準備すること。夜は家事。週末は大掃除ってところかしら。
No, it's a lot more. Well, that doesn't surprise me. I'm taking back the student apartment I let you stay in for free. You'll move in with me. Wake up at 8 o'clock every morning to make you breakfast. Be ready to carry me on your back, and run to the research institute when I oversleep. Do the housework in the evening, and be tasked with thorough cleaning on the weekends. This is exactly what you asked for in the past. I don't think you're gonna get it now, even with this circumstance.
私のわがままを全部聞かないなら、二度と先生って呼ばないで。
Chenzu, appear, please. If you can't meet all my selfish demands, it'll be the end to our teacher-student relationship.
ユン先生、私はあなたを置いていったりしませんし、考えを変えるつもりもありません。
Mr. Youyun, I won't abandon you, nor will I change my mind.
今さら真実を確かめても意味がないんだと思います。ユーン先生がそこまで言うなら、きっと真実を先生の都合のいいように作り変えたってことですよね。
Illusion of choice, I see. I wonder the other line is if you agreed with her. At this point, there's no need to ascertain the truth. If you're boldly uttering such words, that means you must have molded the truth into what you claim it to be. That's true. The truth is quotation marks. It is not set in stone, unless you see it as set in stone. So on.
まったく、あなたって怖。
Hey, you brat.
まあいいわ。お説教はここまでにしましょう。先生として教え子の心の健康に気を使うべきよね。話を戻すけど。
Forget it, I won't keep going in circles with you. As a teacher, I should focus more on my students' mental health. So, how are you feeling at the moment?
夢追い人。あなたは死にたいと思ってるの？すぐに答えて。3、2、1。
Dreamseeker, do you want to die? Answer me in 3, 2, 1. I hope the answer's no. That'd be an incredibly sad thing. Huh? Yeah, I'd be a bit shocked too being asked that question. Just some overthinking. That's fine.
私
I...
即答する勇気がないならちゃんと暮らしなさい。
If you don't have the courage to answer right away, then live your life well. Bit straightforward, aren't you?
いた
Ah, she knocked her on the head.
痛いのはこっちよ。なんて硬い頭をしてるの。いい？あなたの先生をバカにしないでちょうだい。本当はもう少し早く言いたかったのよ。でも今月は出張続きだったし、直接話したかったから親切にも任せられないし。
Ouch! Why is your head so hard? Darn it, stop treating me like a fool. If I hadn't been on work trips all month. Yeah, outside the bubble world, right? Outside of Oxia. More on the Sea of Data, probably. And if I haven't told Chenzu, it'd be better to talk to you in person. It wouldn't have dragged on until now. If I hadn't told Chenzu, it'd be better to talk to you in person. It wouldn't have dragged on until now.
ごめんなさい
I'm sorry. You don't have a full reason to apologize. Please stop apologizing. I know you feel like you've caused trouble for your professor and, you know, maybe, you know, also senpai like Chenzu, but you really haven't fully. You have in some ways, but not fully. I understand some see apologizing as just being polite, but after a bit, it starts to lose meaning. But I also understand it's also what some do because, you know, they feel like they're in the wrong, or they feel like that they need to apologize for every little thing. I think it's good to try and add something else at times, instead of just apologizing. That's how I personally feel, at least. Not that I haven't apologized a fair bit in my life. But I'd rather say something else than just one word or two words. I'm sorry.
スポットライトの下での生活に慣れてないのは分かってるわ。でもこれだけは伝えさせて。この狭い舞台の外側の人間は幸運なんて関係なく同じ崖っぷちで生きてるの。
She's trying to show her it's not all grass is greener and that everyone suffers and you don't need to blame yourself, you don't need to feel like you haven't earned this. take what you're given, live the opportunities you're given, and thrive the best you can. Do the best you can. I know you haven't got used to life in the spotlight yet. I like this theme of this. This is really fitting with Youyun. But I must tell you this. Beyond this tiny stage, both the fortunate and unfortunate live on the same precipice.
「どれだけ必死に考えても一歩踏み外すと最悪の悲劇を迎えることになる」。
No scheming is needed. Just a slight shift in mindset. A single misstep. And people can create the most devastating tragedies for themselves. Yes, the story has shown us that, but it's easier to not to say you to not walk that than to actually not end up walking it. No, I mean it's harder to no, it's easy. I guess it would be easier in the sense of it's easier for it to happen. Not easier isn't easier as in easy going. Yeah. It's very easy for a single misstep or these tragedies or all this stuff that happen. That's why you have to always like balance it. Or make a choice that you won't regret. Again, I'm referring to like, you know, all miHoYo's games, that type of thing. Because there's always going to be regrets or non-regrets depending on what the characters choose to do, or what they choose to say, or what they do in the moment. There's always a consequence. Whether there's an actual apocalypse happening, or whether that's an actual character then fighting another, when two beliefs clash, when one gets something and one doesn't. So many different things. A diverging of choice, that difference between misstepping and not misstepping, and the different intervals and when it happens, all differ. And the infinite possibilities of the overall universe of miHoYo's games. And what's considered a misstep and what isn't is going to differ per person's perspective. And we'll have more than one quotation marks answer. No scheming is needed, just a slight shift in mindset, a single misstep, and people can create the most devastating tragedies for themselves. Oh yeah, like Baiji with the astral ring.
幸いにも自分の歩みだけは自分で選べるわ。なのにあなたは。
Fortunately, everyone has the freedom to choose whether they want to do this, yet you, yes, choice.
どうして自分を崖の下に突き落とそうとするわけ？バカなの？
Why are you so foolish to push yourself off a cliff, huh? Are you stupid? Or baka, as it said. Maybe the foolish is the baka, I don't know. Yeah, literally pushing yourself off the cliff before you even made a choice.
私はただ自分なりのやり方で過ちを全部償いたかったんです。
I just wanted to make up for all my shortcomings in my own way. That's fair.
あなたが目覚めるまでの589日間、私と親切だけじゃなくて、たくさんの研究員たちも一緒に頑張ってくれたのよ。みんな、他のデータの海の子供たちにも同じくらい期待してたの。
During those 589 days waiting for you to emerge, it wasn't just me and Chen's who worked hard for you, but so many other researchers. All of us extend the same hopes to the children of the Sea of Data.
あなたが私の教え子になれたのはほとんどあなたのキャリアカウンセラーのおかげよ。彼女はあなたの状況を十分に考慮していろんな仕事を検討した上で勇気を出して私に推薦してくれたの。
Your career counselor was the primary reason that you also became my student. After carefully considering your personal circumstances and thoroughly comparing various job opportunities, she mustered up the courage to recommend you to me. That's good to know. That's a bit less cold then. It's still a scary civilization the way it works, but I also get it's like trying to be as efficient and also caring as possible, which is nice to see.
あなたを受け入れる前に41人も断ったわ。親切の時もそうよ。113人も断ったんだから。
Even before you, I'd rejected 41 people. Before Chenzu, I'd rejected 13. 113. I missed the one for a minute. That's a lot of people you refused. Is there any reason you refused them?
あなたと同じように親切も完全に初心者の状態で私に選ばれたのよ。もちろん彼女は頭が良くて綺麗で優しいけど加点項目としてはおまけなの。
It's sad to think you wouldn't pick them without that, but everyone has their personal wants or bias. I chose Chenzu and you for the same reason. Both of you were completely blank slates. Her intelligence, beauty and thoughtfulness were merely the cherries on top. Yeah, something from nothing. Creating something from nothing. A blank to something. A something creating its own traits and possibilities. An essence.
覚えておいて。幸運という名のゆりかごで眠ってたあなたを私の元へと運んでくれたのは見ず知らずの人たちからの愛情よ。
Yes, very different to what I was saying before. Interesting. Remember this. What wove good fortune into a cradle, lifted your sleeping self to my side. It's the love from all those you've never known or met. Again, similar to like what they did in each of their dream-seeking journeys as well, and every time they met the shoes again, met other people again. Like a blank slate, till they gained their memories. Then that pureness of that was lost, but was required for us to actually continue the journey.
「みんなの思いを裏切りたくないなら自分の幸運を認めて不安と恐怖の崖っぷちを進みなさい。」
That's a good way trying to turn it. If you don't want to let them down, then acknowledge your own fortune and press forward along the cliff of doubt and fear.
そうすればあなたはきっと崖の果てで不安より素晴らしく恐怖より美しい世界を見るでしょうね。
That sunset was symbolic. Only then, at the edge of the cliff, will you see a world more enchanting than confusion, more magnificent than fear. Yeah, I see what they're doing. You tried to give Dreamseeker a way to like break outside of the shadows, break outside of the fear aspect and all the other stuff. Fitting. As well as the sunset being a bit too like night and day. So Layla and Senadia.
それから振り返りなさい。帰り道で出会う一人一人にあなたが見たすべてをそのまま伝えるの。
After that, I want you to turn back and tell everyone you meet on your return trip about everything you've seen in detail. It's like you were aware this was going to happen one day for Dreamseeker.
過ちも失敗も欠点もどうでもよくなったってね。
To hell with mistakes, failures, and imperfections. Yeah, some quotation marks on each of those. You've got a good way of looking at the world, Chenzu. I mean, Youyun. So it's hard to be the optimistic.
100回も失敗した人間に価値がないなんて誰が決めたの？ 10回失敗した人より経験豊富だし、1000回失敗した人より前向きなはずよ。
There's no law of nature that says failing 100 times makes someone worthless. When it comes to experience, she far surpasses those who failed only 10 times. When it comes to her mindset, she's far more positive than those who failed only 1,000 times.
それに、たとえあなたが1万回失敗したとしても、私はあなたのいいところを絶対に見つけてみせるわ。
And if you failed 10,000 times, I'll always find a way to praise you. What a good teacher. What a good professor. What a good sensei.
私からのリクエストは一つだけよ。わざわざ自分を崖の下に突き落とすのはやめなさい。自分を大切にしてくれれば、うつ伏せになろうと横になろうと気にしないわ。
You have one request. Don't deliberately throw yourself off a cliff. As long as you cherish yourself, I couldn't care less if you're lying face up or down. You just want them to cherish themselves, cherish who they are, cherish who have brought them here. Cherish all the people that want to support them. Cherish their journey, cherish their experiences. Cherish their existence.
その先で待ってるのは過ちや失敗より面白いことよ。確かめたいなら体を動かしなさい。簡単な話でしょ。
There are more interesting things ahead than mistakes and failures. Want to see them? It's just a matter of getting up and moving. Nothing too complicated. But easier said than done. It was so easy, then people could just do it.
Youyun 先生、これからは先生と親切姉さんを失望させたりしません。
Professor Youyun, I won't let you and Chenzu down anymore.
バカね。手を出して拳を握って。
Silly, hold out your hand and make a fist.
Jogi で私の手を叩くのかな。ってYouyun先生、どうして定規を持ち歩いてるの？
You're going to hit my hand with a ruler. Why do you carry a ruler around? I doubt they're gonna hit you.
教えて。何をつかめたの？
Tell me, what did you grab?
何もつかめていないかもしれません。
I feel like I didn't grab anything.
じゃあ何を感じたか聞かせて。
Yeah. Nothing to something. And tell me how it feels.
指が手のひらにぴったりくっついて隙間がありません。すごく満ち足りた気分で暖かいです。
My fingers are now completely pressed against my palm. Without any gaps, it feels very fulfilling and warm. It's holding an ethereal hand. Holding something that's meaningful.
把握反射って知ってる？
Do you know about the grasp reflex? Oh, I know it reminds you. It reminds you of Surly and Salt Snow City arc.
Akaちゃんはね、手のひらに何かを置かれたら反射的にギュッと握っちゃうの。握られた指一本だけを頼りにして赤ちゃんの体を持ち上げることもできるのよ。
Guessing Aka is baby? Aka-chan? When you place anything in a baby's palm, they will grasp it tightly. You can even lift an entire baby up with a single finger that they're holding on to.
So の間、赤ちゃんに自覚はないけど、本能が教えてくれるの。腕は大きくて重いからうまく操れないけど、手のひらはちょうどいいって。
During this process, the baby has no awareness whatsoever. But instinct tells them that their arms are too big and heavy to control precision. But hands are just right. That's why they grasp. In theory. Interesting. Makes sense though. Well, that's the proposed idea, I guess. Or hypothesis that has been proven a few times, probably.
4本の指と親指を曲げれば簡単に手のひらの中の世界と温かさを与えてくれる自分自身を抱きしめられる。
If you'd like to know what the writers had to go through or talk to write this type of stuff at times, it always fascinates me. And broadens my philosophy and mindsets. Curl your 4 fingers, bend your thumb. It's so simple. You're able to embrace an entire world in your palm. Embrace. Along with yourself that gives you fulfillment and worth. And warmth. Not worth. But that is its own worth, I guess, and meaning.
Dakara ne, Yume Oibito. 失敗して不安になった時は自分の手のひらを抱きしめなさい。
So dream seeker, when you're feeling uneasy about not doing things well, try giving yourself a palm-sized hug. Hmm. So you can grasp the world, grab some sort of truth or meaning. Grasp.
それに、あなたの手に余る仕事を任せてるのは、その能力に驚いたからよ。
I was assigning you work that's beyond your capabilities because you've surprised me with what you can achieve. Was that similar of Chenzo and what they were asking at Dream Seeker at times, and what the professor asked again, like in the Feast on the Sea of Data event?
「先生としてこれからも期待してるわ。自分を失望させちゃダメよ。
As your teacher, I will continue to have high expectations of you. Don't let yourself down. It's not like don't let me down, don't let yourself down. A little bit pressurizing, but a bit different.
「過ちや失敗を恐れるのは大切な人を失望させたくないからだ。彼らに見限られたら私はただの役立たずになってしまう。
I fear making mistakes and failing because I don't want to disappoint those who matter to me. Once they're disappointed, I'll become worthless in ruby text, hopeless.
そんなネガティブな考えに長い間支配されていたなんて信じられないかもしれない。その上、本能の皮をかぶったその考えに気づかないうちに魂の成長まで制限されてしまってた。
It's hard to imagine that such negative thoughts have supported my entire life and up until now. I was completely unaware that they had disguised themselves as instinct, forcibly restricting the growth of my soul. Soul talk. But not in the same way as some others. Makes sense that it's happened though.
でも幸いなことに私を深淵に引きずり込もうとしたその暗い影は先生ほど力持ちじゃなかったみたい。
They were not indeed, Dreamseeker. Fortunately, though, these shadows trying to drag me into the abyss weren't as strong. Weren't as strong as my dear teacher. It's sweet to see how much support they've been given. And given a lot of love and embraced.
私、今日ユーン先生が言ってくれたことを心に刻みます。いえ、やっぱりメモして家の一番目立つところに貼った方がいいでしょうか。
Hi. I will take your words to heart. today to heart. Youyun, Sensei, or Youyun. No, better to write them on a sticky note and stick it somewhere most visible at home. Natural progression. I'm happy for Dream's sake.
恥ずかしいから絶対にダメ。
That's so embarrassing. Don't you dare put that up. How is it embarrassing? It's like your heartfelt words to your student. I understand why it's obviously embarrassing for you, but like, don't call it embarrassing. Embrace it.
親切に見られたら彼女に甘えられなくなるじゃない。親切に頼めばよかった。余計なことしちゃって自分で墓穴を掘った気分よ。
If Chenzu sees it, how can I act cute and whine when I see her? I should have just let Chenzu talk to you. Why did I have to get involved? I'm just setting myself up for trouble.
ダメ。今すぐ誓いなさい。今日の私の話を誰かに、特に親切にばらしたら二度と先生と呼ばないこと。
That's a bit unfair, but fair enough. This won't do. You must swear to the heavens right now if you dare tell anyone what I said today, especially Chenzu. We'll end our teacher-student relationship immediately. Well, because we've now observed it, we now know, so... Technically, your relationship ended today. You graduated. How cruel. Huh?
早く拳を握って誓いなさい。泣くわよ。
Hurry up and make an oath with your fist, or I'll cry right here. An oath, you say? Hang on, where did horns go? I just realised, actually. I just on her back and I just can't see them. Where'd your horns go? Strange.
これが最初のループの物語で、ユーン先生から受けた最初の授業なんだ。
That was the story of my first samsara. It was also the first lesson taught to him by Professor Youyun. Had you forgotten it up to this point, or is this why you had revered them so much?
この大切な記憶は後のループに引き継がれなかったけど、素敵な贈り物を残してくれたと思ってる。新しいループで目覚めるたびに、新しい世界に早く会いたいっていう勇気が湧いてくるんだ。
Although those precious memories could not be inherited in subsequent samsaras, they created a delightful surprise that would go on. At the beginning of each samsara, the moment I opened my eyes, I was filled with courage to meet the new world without delay. Even though you didn't remember anymore. Oh, so good. I love your samsara writing, miHoYo. Never change, please.
もっとも、あの夜の真相は全知のシステム操作員にごまかされちゃったけど。
As for the truth about that night, the all-knowing system operator left me hanging. Ajito? Or Vita? Vita, maybe?
真実と嘘が混ざった言葉だけで本当に愛を薄められるのかな。
His mere speech mixed of truth and lies, read enough to dilute the intensity of love.
とにかくその裏話は私とユンウン先生だけの秘密にしておこう。まだ私の先生になっていない目の前の女の子は。
But how do you have it now then? Or do you have your memories now back thanks to obviously getting them back? Anyway, please keep this backstory as a secret between me and Professor Youyun. As for this young lady before me who has yet to become my teacher, or become, you know, your sensei, yeah? The ringing. It continues! And yes, it did not let us continue, so I was right to walk around. It partly did, I could have for a bit, but either way. Sometimes seeing things in a non-linear fashion, outside of just following an order, but still following the order can help. So the same chapter after all. It's just a different way of exploring. Let's shoot back and do thing now.
先生ね。あ、でも待って。他の人には話さないって誓ったんじゃないの？
This is hilarious. How could a teacher be so funny? I mean, didn't such an adorable teacher just make you swear not to tell anyone else? That's true, but this is the past. Not that it has any less meaning, but regardless. Technically they haven't. They told you. But you don't know that you're going to become their teacher. So the promise is still kept. I like that. The childhood of Youyun, the childhood of Layla. I like how sincere and honest and like still keeping to how they truly are Dream Seeker is.
話を聞かせた相手が本人みたいに可愛い子だったら先生もきっと許してくれるんじゃないかな。
I'm sure she will forgive me. Sensei will forgive me since the person listening to the story is just as adorable as she is. You really aren't afraid of divine punishment, are you? No. Well, not in that form.
それじゃあもし先生が許してくれる理由が他にあってそれはあなたも納得できる話なんだって言ったら
You know, Maybe she'd forgive me for a second reason. Since he would. Over the new being as adorable as her. If I reveal that reason now, you'll agree too. Yeah, if you reveal it, yeah. But let me guess, she's gonna... Youyun's not gonna want that. He's gonna, like, back off, obviously. Would you believe me? Hi.
なんでそんな感情を込めた目で私を見るの？私はあなたの先生じゃないのに。
What? Why are you looking at me so tenderly? I'm not your teacher. You're not yet the teacher.
Wait. 彼女たちの私への態度を思い返してみれば、ありえないってわけでもなさそうね。まさかよそ者とか宇宙人って平行世界って意味だったりしない？
Why'd you say both? It's fine. You would just think this way. Wait, considering your attitude toward me, this possibility doesn't seem so far-fetched. To outsider an alien, in quotation marks, is sent to those from parallel universes? She also said Sakai, so I mean like world, but what's the word world there? But she said Uchu as well. But obviously the Cian will be the more correct one. Uchu and Sakai in the same audio, but only JP. In a sense, it's another samsara, it's another like timeline time slice in the quantum computer, but that's not the same thing. But yeah, I guess you could view that as like a parallel world in a way. But it's what you will become. Well, then again, no, it's not, is it? Because if the rift thing happens. Imagine if you're a blank slate or not, like some of the other NPCs, we don't know.
話しても誓いを破ったことにはならない。だから彼女の先生に似てると思ったの？
Then he went back to saying Sakai here. Why both for the first one, man? Dreamseeker's teacher will forgive only because she told me the story to her teacher from a different world, and that's me. I understand why I felt that I had so much in common with her teacher. In a way, it's a variant of you, but not really. But it is in a way. But regardless, I'm glad you recognize yourself that you haven't met yet, but obviously will become you in the future. Can't decide if this is a variant. I guess it would be. It would be like a saved data like, variant in a way. Yeah, I guess. Interesting. Maybe.
なんだか筋が通ってる？信じちゃいそう。ってちょっと待って。ユウウン、何をやってるの？こんなことで悩んでる場合じゃないでしょ。
Exactly, there's a disaster about to strike Defeng. Apparently, you probably know about it. We don't know, though. I'm so showing the first Samsara and then the first city of Luoxing. And the first point of Youyun, on the first point of Dreamseeker. How interesting. What's an origin, like, stand point? Story beat, I mean. Damn, the logic checks out. I'm starting to believe it. Wait, what are you doing, Youyun? Is this really the time to mulling this over? Yes. Question your existence. A little hand mannerism she's doing.
信じるかどうかはさておき、正反対の問題を抱えた2人が同じ間違った方法で問題を解くなんて、私たちには縁があるみたいね。
Let's leave that theory aside for now. I must say it's quite stunning that two people facing contrasting problems ended up taking the same wrong approach to solve them. Quite the coincidence between us here. Like student, like teacher. Like teacher, like student. Wait. No. Like student, like teacher. Yes.
Mm. でも縁とかであなたを縛り付けたかったから話したわけじゃないよ。ただあなたに証明したいんだ。
Yeah, but I'm not sharing the story to tie you down with fate. I just want to prove to you that.
疲れたら休むことも大事だって。私もコラリーもヘリアも信頼していい相手なんだよ。
If you feel tired, it's okay to take a break. That's because I'm someone you can trust. The same goes for Corelli and Helia.
But 大丈夫。重要な情報はユーン先生が問題ないって思えた時に教えて。
Professor Youyun, just tell us the information you deem important when you can.
こんなに助けてくれたのに、まだ 私の気持ちを考えてるの？
You've helped me so much, and now you're still being considerate about my feelings. Tell us the information. Give us a lore drop. I know you have one in you.
決めた。目の前に希望があるのに掴まないでどうするの？それに彼女は私が今まで出会ってきた中であんなものを受け入れてくれる可能性が一番高い人だし。
It must have been hard having this thing she wanted to tell, but couldn't tell, but really wanted to tell, but knew no one would accept. As well as to break the inner wall of strangers and so on. You got this, Youyun. Just tell us. Whatever. A 40 to 50% chance beats just 10 or 20%. Besides, in all the people I've met so far, she's the most likely to accept those things. If I stop now, what's the point of running all those steps before? Really like the mannerisms. Hmm?
時代に求められてるのに答えないなんて罪を犯すのと同じくらい危険なことよね。それに私はとっくに時代の期待に応えるためにたくさんの罪を犯してきた。
Failing to respond adequately when the time demands it. Times demand it is as dangerous as deliberately committing a crime. And I've already made quite a few mistakes trying to respond to the demands of the times. You said the times? What are you referring to? The area you're in or other things?
だからみんなと一緒に走りたい。罪を償って単位を稼げるチャンスを誰かに譲ったりしない。
So I'm going to run alongside all of you. I won't give up this chance to make up my mistakes and earn credits.
夢追い人、楽しみにしてて。見せてあげるから。報道を乗せて荒れ狂う海を渡る箱舟を。
Did you say arc? Okay, I wasn't expecting that, but that makes sense. Very, very interesting, Youyun. I know it's not in capitals arc, but it's in quotation marks, but I see what you're doing, miHoYo. Dream Seeker, you should look forward to what I have to offer. I'll let you see the arc that will carry Defeng across the turbulent sea with your own eyes. But to hold us in suspense after a while. Tell me, what is this arc you were referring to? No.
ここが私の秘密実験室よ。実験室って呼ぶには小さいかもしれないけど、子供がこっそり地下室を改造して作った秘密基地程度でしょ。なんて思ったら大間違いなんだから。
You spoke of your secret base. This is what you meant. Very interesting. We have entered a new part. Which honestly feels like a good stopping point. But I kind of want to keep going. But it's also 2 in the morning. I'll at least finish this conversation part, I think. And take it from there. Ahem, this is my secret laboratory. While it may not be on the scale of a proper lab, you're making a huge mistake if you dismiss it as a secret base that a brat converted a basement into. I see.
我が家に帰った途端に調子に乗っちゃうなんて安心感を求めるタイプだったんだ。そもそもここはあなたの家じゃないんでしょ。積み上げられた資料に稼働中の設備、それにあそこの大きな装置。
Those are some interesting looking images. They may have flicked through, but I got them all. It was like data servers, there was manuscripts, documents, and a weird looking device. A very weird looking device. What is this? It's clearly Dethang-like technology. What is it? Getting all cocky as soon as you're back home, huh? Seems like you're the type who needs affirmation. Affirmation. By the way, this isn't even your home, right? Just look at all these piled manuscripts, equipment left running, and that big thing over there. Imagine if you hammer it a bit, Corelli, how big it is.
ふむふむ。でもいい品が揃ってるね。確かに実験室って呼ぶだけはある。安心して。私たちは研究施設を見学するのに慣れてるから。資料や機器を勝手に触ったりしないよ。
Each of these items is quite remarkable. I guess I shouldn't underestimate you after all. Don't worry. We have plenty of experience visiting research facilities. We won't mess with your documents or equipment. No, go ahead and mess with them. I mean, please feel free to look through everything. Well, if you insist. How can we allure enjoyer reviews?
それって失礼にならない？
Wouldn't that be rude? Not if you're being offered to do said thing, Helia. It's only rude if they call it rude, and if they don't call it rude, then it's not rude, I guess.
別にというか、私ある偉い人が言ってた一言を気に入ってるの。口先の言葉はどうでもいいから、あなたのコードを見せてって。
It's perfectly fine, isn't it? Someone influential once said something I really like. Talk is cheap. Show me the code. I don't know what you're referring to as a reference there. Or the quote exactly. I know the talk is cheap part, I don't know the rest. I remember where the talk is cheap from though. I don't know its origination or partial origination.
だから力を抜きなよ、ヘリア。喋るのが苦手でも頭が悪いってわけじゃないんだし。事実やデータで真実を語りたがる賢い人だっているんだ。それに、本人も了承してるのに、礼儀にこだわる必要なんてある？
It will probably help you to see all of that, I agree. Loving the camera angles this chapter. Loosen up, partner. Being inarticulate doesn't mean lacking wit. There are plenty of smart people who prefer to let facts and data do the talking. Besides, we've got the green flag ticket for now, so let's not get too hung up on formalities.
Youyun 先生、準備ができたらいつでも始めて。私たちが資料を読み終えるのを待たなくてもいいよ。
Professor Youyun, you can start whenever you're ready. You don't have to wait for us to finish reading the materials. I feel like reading the materials will give you some truth or some understanding of what they want to tell you about, so I feel like you have to go through all the stuff, which makes me very happy if the case. Getting to the point would defeat the purpose.
そんなのダメ。私の話にはあなたたちが突然言い出したよそ者とか宇宙人みたいな単語の100倍以上のインパクトがあるからびっくりさせたくないのよ。
Interesting. What could you possibly be about to reveal that's more shocking than what you've been told by them? You're building the hype, miHoYo. I'm pretty excited to see what this is. Where will this lead? I must know your secrets, Youyun. I've been dying to meet you for so long. Since chapter 1 of part 2.
世界を驚かせる大発見なんだから前置きが必要でしょ。お客さんとしての礼儀作法なんて気にしないでゆっくりじっくりたっぷり読んで。
Well, I can't end it now. We have to look at everything first before we end the stream, surely. Even if that means another hour or two, I will do it. I'm getting this information today. I refuse not to. Tell me your secrets. Consider this necessary. Build up to my groundbreaking discovery. Please don't worry about etiquette and take your time looking. Look carefully and look to your heart's content.
優しくて綺麗なお姉さん、一生のお願いね。
Well, since you were so... That was adorable. But since you insist, we shall. Beautiful and kind lady, this is also my request of a lifetime. So please...
分かったよ。
Okay. I'm like really interested to see what you're gonna tell us. Like, this number, impressive. The unit of analysis is actually ours. Check out Helia's discover. But before we continue, I think it's time for some water. New track. Yeah, I'm not ending. I feel like I'll be going to bed very satisfied tonight. I'm really excited to see what all this is. Didn't know we get to like see her lab or, you know, secret base. They implied it in chapter, 11, part 2 that we're in. I didn't expect it. Check out Helia's discovery. They really should make a playable dream seeker like this. They should. I really want them to. Right, see you in a minute. And we are back. Let's continue. Chapter 11. Part 2. Book. Adventure notes. Huh? Oh yeah. Have I lost this? No.
私にとって先生と親切姉さんは友達や教師より家族に近い存在なんだ。先生にいきなりお姉さんって呼ばれた時は焦ったけど、よく考えてみると私たちの今の関係は姉妹っぽいかも。前言撤回してもいいかな。
Embracing the you have never met. Oh, so good. To me, she and Chenzi, more family and friends and instructors. When Professor Youyun first called me big sister, I panicked. But looking back now, sisters, like she describes saptly. Is it too late to change your mind? No, she liked the role, she liked the name. But yes, it is too late now. Or is it? A pensive girl. I can't click back on the map, but I'm pretty sure I checked it already. It's just about Layla. I do agree that was to do with Layla a bit, but they didn't say it fully. I often wondered when was the moment Layla and I parted ways. If it all came down to wearing a brighter coat, like a seed was dyed with various paints. I think you get along with Grecio. But eventually blossomed into wildly different petals. Doesn't that mean the workings of the world are no different from rolling dice? Potentially. Sorry. Layla and I once hesitated in the same fog. Why move forward? Why say goodbye? But along the way, whenever I sank into the mud, countless hands lifted me back up instead of being dragged down. Yeah. Lifted me back up, filling my heart little by little, and her quiet silhouette was among them. Maybe she's waiting for me to confirm an answer she refuses to face herself. Would she let me think that? You already are thinking it. But if you can consider that enough is another question. Blank? I've read this.
それデジャブを感じるな。初めて親切姉さんと調査実習に行った時も段ボール記憶の中の先生は自分に会いたがってる人たち全員に同じ条件を出してたんだ。先生の著作をちゃんと読むこと。それに関しては先生なら悩まずに簡単にできるよね。
In my memory, you had one condition for anyone who wanted to meet you. You had to read your works carefully. That makes sense. I read your readables, Youyun. And that was something you could make happen without ever thinking about how to phrase it. It's a shame you can't replay the book. You can't replay the guide no matter what. Yeah, see, you can't turn it. I just suck. It's fine now. I've been screenshotting. This is why it goes so slowly, to be clear. Encounters. Who have I... Ah! Chenzo. If Chenzo were here, she might trigger Professor's base code, quotation marks, at mealtime. Professor would unleash her free-move spoiled routine on her. Well... Sorry. That's what happens when you handle the budget authority to Chenzo. Someone who tailors her tactics to each person. When it comes to dealing with Professor Youyun, Chenzo only uses the super soft approach. Although we're often told you're growing, you need to eat more. Even professors, and my portions combined can't match Chenzo's. She needs plenty of fuel for her intense stamina training. No wonder she's someone who can sneak upon a Valkyrie without making a sound. That ended up being terrible for Corelli, because after that, Helia started dragging her into even more intense training sessions every day. Every year, Chenzu sends me a pulled ashore door anniversary cake. That'd be nice if she not first, so teaming up with Professor Youyun to sneak to my bedside, sing to me, and then shove a cake into my mouth. How fitting. That Feast of the Sea of Data event really should have been permanent, along with other things. Yeah, prize redemption. Reminds me of the other stuff though. Ah. There's another box of box of time and memories. Or memories and time. Alright, let's go see what Helly is looking at. There's some sort of gun. Nope. It looks like some sort of gun a bit. Quite long though. Bit like a rifle. It's got like blades or edges. On both sides. But yeah, there's like a point there for the gun, it feels like. I love unique like designs like this.
夢追い人、こっちの資料を読みたいの？最初の一冊は確かごめん、量が多すぎてこの辺りに埋もれちゃったみたい。
Really like this track as well, it's nice. Let's hear some new music. Very data-like, very scientific-like. Some quite happy but also sorrowful like track. Notes. And then it continues off again. You can feel a big truth is about to appear. The first volume should be, there are too many apparent according to Hadley, it's probably buried under the stack.
私は技術者じゃないから、きっと自力でこんな複雑な計算を見るより、直接コラリーに結論を聞いた方が早いんだろうね。でも、この資料の山を見ただけで、ユーンがどれだけ頑張ったのかがよくわかる。
You're not a technical person, but you certainly understand some complex extrapolations. More slowly than just asking Coralie for her conclusions. You can tell, yeah, she's put a lot of effort into the thick stack of papers. Yeah. But Youyun has.
あの年で絶え間なく記録しながら計算し続ける集中力。本当にすごいよ。努力家な天才はどこにでもいるんだね。
It would be lovely if Youyun could meet Nagamitsu. To be so young, yet so focused documenting and extrapolating without delay or interruption. That's just impressive. It seems there are brilliant, hard-working minds everywhere. Indeed. Wow, not bad at all. Reminds me of my middle school days. Listen to Coralie's thoughts. Examine the stat papers, optional. Examine the scattered books, optional. Examine the powerful looking weapon. Ah, it's a weapon, okay. Optional. Read Youyun's lab report, optional. I swear, if I somehow went to Coralie, I'd be very angry with myself. We're just gonna read things in the order that we're close. Unless it tells me. Pile of cardboard boxes. No, I'm interested in this weapon. Tell me about this weapon. What is it? Unlike the things that were clearly academic in nature, this weapon that was the epitome of technological development seemed out of place in the cramped laboratory.
ユン先生はなんでこんなものを？まさか撃ちたい相手がいるの？
Why would Professor Youyun have this? It should have blood up before. On, like, her clothes, it did stain. So she clearly fights in some way. Or she gives it to someone else. Why would Professor Youyun have this? Who's she planning to bust to bits now? Did she already blast people to bits or something in the past, on what you're saying? You glance at the troubled Youyun, then at the large weapon in front of you. No one instigated you to do this. The purpose was simple. Even though you already knew the conclusion, you just wanted to compare it to Professor Youyun's height. I can't believe you would do that there. It is rather big, though. But similar to Coralie a bit. I will remember this, Dream Seeker. Coralie will remember this. For so many of us. Pile of cardboard boxes. I should have more details on the weapon. You didn't get to learn what it was. Maybe there's no way to define it, though. Inside each cardboard box, there were small devices of various shapes and sizes. You took 2 of them and examined them carefully.
エネルギーバングルと私たちに未来はない仲間スペシャル。前者は分かりやすいけど、後者の名前はちょっと変わってるね。
An energy bracelet and we have no future, quotation marks. Special buddy edition. The first one is easy to understand, but the latter's name is rather peculiar. Something she's just into, I guess?
箱の中身が全部ユーン先生の発明品だとしたら、先生は想像できないくらいに努力してきたんだろうな。
Is it stuff with the astral ring? Everything in the box was invented by Professor Youyun. She must have put in an unimaginable amount of effort. Interesting. Shame you can't go back and re-see them. But hey, that's why I'm being careful. If we do it this way, I'll avoid Coralie. Youyun's lab report. Now that sounds very interesting. Okay. This is going to give it to digest from what I can read from the first few words. But I would expect nothing less from Professor Youyun. Youyun's experimental report excerpt. Blank blank. In short, none of the artificial intervention methods described above how... Okay. None of the artificial intervention methods described above can affect rift tension. Talking about the rifts, okay. Artificial intervention methods to the rift, okay. Above can affect rift tension. A full sea of data corruption event unfolds in 4 stages. rift formation, rift opening, monster emergence, and rift closure. Okay, so a sea of data rift could, well, one forms, then opens, then monsters or shadows or sea of data creatures or other things can come out of it, and rift closure be the rift closing all of a sudden again, because chaoticness, I guess. Throughout the entire process, no energy release is observed. This means every singular unit involved can be treated as an isolated system that obeys energy conservation. No energy release. So does that mean there's no energy, or just there's no observation of said energy? Is it just because it's all data? Wouldn't data be a form of energy? Okay. However, a rift will close in its own only when the monster emerges from it is defeated by the Knight of the Gods. So Litost. Or Shoes, I guess, but more Knight of the Gods. Among all known countermeasures, so Shadow Knight stuff, yeah. Among all known countermeasures against Sea of Data corruption, only the power of the god, Senadia, or Layla maybe. Senna by this point, probably. But the god and the knight can fully erase abnormalities. This suggests that their power belongs to the same system. Interesting. I'm guessing that also affected Laquadar. Regardless, that makes sense. As the force that drives the Sea of Data corruption. Interesting how it's the same. But it makes sense using the same thing to affect the other thing. The following chart shows real-time monitoring data from a pyroelectric sensor. Supporting this hypothesis, source, Sea of Data Research Institute. Okay. Blank. So can rift formation itself be viewed as a sign of energy imbalance within the system? When you say the system, are you referring to the system with the rifts, or are you referring to the Dreamseeker system? I assume you're referring to just the rifts in the system. Like energy and stuff, or data in this case, the rifts. To test this paper attempts a microscopic analysis. If divine power, yeah, creator god, or Shadow Knight, and Sea of Data corruption power treated as the same substance, mirror image particle types at the microscopic level, and according to parity conservation, symmetry breaking would occur. Okay, so similar stuff like the Sea of Quanta and it being timeless than it not being timeless, yeah? Yeah, symmetry breaking again. This manifests as originally, here in brackets, a large question mark and several handwritten criticisms appear. Now they are blurred with ink, but they faintly show phrases such as nonsense and heretical. ... No good. This entire experiment report is unusable. You can't see the stars at all from inside this lab. That's the only thing I really hate about this secret base. Dad used to say that choosing scientific research means choosing loneliness. Researchers get sad, helpless, frustrated. And knows they want to tear all these useless papers to pieces. But even if I toss them onto the floor, one sheet at a time, once they calm down, we still have to pick them all back up. So at times like this, Dad would go stargazing. I'm guessing he was the director. Or is. If the god wants to gift a civilization to a planet, he must at least... It must at least give it at least one companion star with a stable orbit. Interesting. So stars are connecting back to civilization again, as well as people, as well as other things. Okay. Oh yes, one companion may be a planet with a stable orbit, but either way. Something as people can observe and study. I don't know then, maybe yeah, maybe the star part. When they see it, they understand the universe can be understood. That truth can be sought and that we are not alone. I appreciate that. Right now I feel so alone. Dad, our research isn't in the sky. It's the most mysterious and most dangerous sea. A sea named after data should, in theory, be analyzable through mathematics. I still want to know what lies within it. This time, I can't find the satellite that should be there. Dad, Mum, where has the Sea of Day taken you? Where are you now? Ah, did they fall into the rifts and end up elsewhere? In different eras, maybe. Right, a few words I'm gonna have to Google now. Pyroelectric. Alright, sensor, not detector. Pyroelectricity, let's have a look at it. Pyroelectricity from Greek, fire, that's just there, and electricity, brackets, is a property of certain crystals, which are naturally electrically polarized, and as a result contain large electric fields. Pyroelectricity can be described as the ability of certain materials to generate a temporary voltage when they are heated or cooled. The change in temperature modifies the positions of the atoms slightly with the crystal structure, so that polarization of the material changes. This polarization gives rise to a voltage across the crystal. To energy, maybe. If the temperature stays constant at its new value, the pyroelectric voltage gradually disappears due to leakage current. The leakage can be due to electrons moving through the crystal, ions moving through the air, or current leaking through a voltmeter attached across the crystal. Alright, polarization. Polarization density and classical electromagnetism. Polarization density or electric polarization or simply polarization is the vector field. Don't know what that is. That expresses the volumetric density of the parent or induced electric dipole moments in a dielectric material. A dielectric is placed in an external electric field. Its atoms or molecules gain electric dipole movement, and the dielectric is said to be polarized. Electric polarization of a given dielectric material sample is defined as the quotient of electric dipole movement, a vector quantity expressed as coulombs, meters, C dot m in SL units to volume in meters cubed. Polarization density is denoted mathematically by P in SL units. It is expressed in coulombs per square meter C/m2, or little 2. Polarization density also describes how a material responds to an applied electric field, as well as the way the material changes. The electric field can be used to calculate the forces that result from those interactions. It can be compared to magnetization. Yes, that rings a bell more. Which is the measure of the corresponding response of a material to a magnetic field in magnetism. We are not reading that. Right, next. What else do I need to check? I wish I knew science as well, but I do not. This means every single unit involved can be treated as an isolated system that obeys energy conversion, conservation. I'm gonna have to check what that is again. Conservation is to do with, like, moderating it, right? Balancing it. Like a balancing of energy. Isn't it? Or is it a process? I love when you don't spell what I put. Conservation. The protection of plants and animals. Yeah, so some sort of preserving. Yeah, it is true, preserving. I thought so. Okay. So yeah, protecting of balancing of energy? That obeys energy conservation. Alright, energy conservation. Energy conservation. This article is about substantial use of energy for the law of physics. See conservation of energy. Oh. Well, this also seems useful, though. Let's start with this. The law of conservation of energy states that the total energy of an isolated system... I'm going to ask what an isolated system is in this context. Isolated system. In a physical science, an isolated system is either of the following. A physical system so far removed from other systems it does not interact with them. A ferrodynamic system enclosed by rigid immovable walls through which neither mass nor energy can pass. Isolated system, closed system, open system. Okay. Properties of isolated, closed, and open systems in exchanging energy and matter. This does ring a bell to some of the stuff they have talked about, like in the VNs at times, or when they talk about exchanging a matter, talk about energy conservation. It does ring some bells. Not that I understand the science to it, to that level. But I'm gonna try and understand it to some extent, because I find it quite interesting, honestly. Let's keep going. Though subject entirely to its own gravity, an isolated system is usually taken to the outside reach of external... Yeah, not internal, so external. Outside, then. External gravitational and other long-range forces. This can be contrasted with what in the more common terminology used in ferrodynamics is called a closed system, being enclosed by selective walls through which energy can pass as heat or work. Yeah. But not matter. Of an open system which both matter and energy can enter or exit, but may it may have variously imperable walls in part of its boundaries. But what it talks about here is an isolated system. So that would be an isolated system obeys the conservation law that its total energy mass stays constant. Which makes sense why it doesn't close to certain things, I think. Its total mass energy stays constant. Most often in ferrodynamics, mass and energy are treated as separately conserved. Because of the requirement of enclosure and the near ubiquity of gravity, and strictly ideally isolated systems do not actually occur in experiments or in nature. They're very useful, they are strictly hypothetical. That's why it's so alien, I guess, also in this sense, maybe. Now, will this help me, or will this just not go in the brain? Let's have a quick scan. This might work. It might not. I'm happy to read it. It's not that many things to read. Because of the requirement of... No, I've already said that. Classical ferrodynamics is usually presented as postulating the existence of isolated systems. It is also usually presented as the fruit of experience. Obviously, no experience has been reported of an ideally isolated system. Yes, it's very, like, unknown, very hypothetical talk, very imaginary. Or very quantum-y, in a sense, in terms of, like, in the case of Sea of Data. It is, however, the fruit of experience that some physical systems, including isolated ones, do seem to reach their own states of internal ferrodynamic equilibrium. Classical ferrodynamics postulates the existence of systems in their own states of internal ferrodynamic equilibrium. This postulate is a very useful idealization. In the attempt to explain the idea of a gradual approach to ferrodynamics equilibrium after a ferrodynamic operation with entropy, increasing to the second law of ferrodynamics, Boltzmann's H theorem used equations, which assumed a system, for example a gas, was isolated. That is all the mechanical degrees of freedom could be specified, treating the enclosing walls simply as mirror boundary conditions. It sounds a bit similar to the Rift thing. This led to Loschmidt's paradox. If, however, the stochastic, I've never heard that word, behavior of the molecules in thermoradiation in real enclosing walls is considered, then the system is in effect in a heat bath. Then Boltzmann's assumption of molecular chaos can be justified. The concept of an isolated system can serve as a useful model approximating many real-world situations. It is an acceptable idealization used in constructing mathematical models of certain natural phenomena. E.g., the planets in the solar system and the photon, proton, and the electron in a hydrogen atom are often treated as isolated systems. But from time to time, a hydrogen atom will interact with electromagnetic radiation and go to an excited state. Okay. So what's conservation of energy then? The law of conservation of energy states the total energy of an isolated system remains constant. Yeah, it is to be conserved over time. In the case of a closed system, the principle... Have I read this? No, it's different. Okay. A bit. There's a bit of overlap. It's said to be conserved over time. In the case of a closed system, principle says that the total amount of energy within the system can only be changed through energy entering or leaving the system. Energy can neither be created nor destroyed. Rather, it can only be transformed or transferred from one form to another. For instance, chemical energy is converted to kinetic energy. When a stick of dynamite explodes, if one adds up all forms of energy that were released in the explosion, such as the kinetic energy and potential energy of the pieces, as well as heat and sound, one will get the exact decrease of chemical energy in the combustion of the dynamite. Okay. Lastly, the conservation of energy was distinct from the conservation of mass. However, special relativity shows that mass is energy related to energy and vice versa. E equals mc2, and the equation representing mass energy equivalence. And science now takes the view that mass energy as a whole is conserved. This implies that mass can be converted to energy and vice versa. This is observed in the nuclear binding energy of atomic nuclei. Where a mass defect is measured, it is believed that mass energy equivalence becomes important in extreme physical conditions, such as those that likely existed in the universe very shortly after the Big Bang, or when black holes emit Hawking radiation. Given the stationary action principle, the conservation of energy can be rigorously proven by Noether's theorem as a consequence of continuous time translation symmetry. Is that to do with symmetry breaking? It probably is not, but I'll have a look. No, it is definitely not. Alright, keep going. That is in the fact the laws of physics do not change over time. A consequence of the law of conservation of energy is that a perpetual motion machine of the first kind cannot exist. That is to say, no system without an external energy supply can deliver an unlimited amount of energy to its surroundings. Unlike obviously what they do with like Langshu a bit, with like, you know, a bit where they have the shadows and stuff, and in a way Honkai. Depending on the definition of energy, the conservation of energy can be arguably violated by general relativity on the cosmological scale. In quantum mechanics, Noether's theorem is known to apply to the expected value, making any consistent conservation violation probably impossible, but wherever individual conservation violating events could ever exist or be observed is subject to some debate. Right, we are not reading all that. And we will literally never move on. I really wish I understood some of this fully. But I am learning more. Like, you know, I don't get everything. I am getting an idea on what some of this is talking about. But even before reading this, I had some idea because of the context, which I think they do a really good job at talking about. Yeah, I got the stages. No energy release is observed. Doesn't mean there isn't any, though. Is it? Every singular unit involved can be treated as an isolated system that obeys energy conservation. Okay. It's interesting, like, when a mirror or certain criteria, in a sense, you know, of like Night of the Gods, or, you know, like divine power and stuff is enough to close it. That's very interesting. It says both are needed as well. Yeah, only the power of the god and the knight can fully erase abnormalities. This suggests that their power belongs to the same system, so like energy system, or like same like essence. Maybe a bit both. As the force that drives data corruption. The following chart shows real-time monitoring data from a bioelectric center supporting this hypothesis. Source of data Research Institute. Okay. So can a rift itself be formed? Energy imbalance within the system. Yeah, here it is. Mirror image particle types at the microscopic level. And according to parity non-conservation, symmetry breaking would occur. This mass is originally... Yeah, we know the Quanta had, of course, symmetry breaking as well. I will look up symmetry breaking as again since we're on the subject. Symmetry breaking. In physics, symmetry breaking is a phenomenon where a disordered but symmetric state collapses into an ordered but less symmetric state. This collapse is often one of the many possible purifications that a particle can take as it approaches a lower energy state. Due to the many possibilities, an observer may assume the result of the collapse to be arbitrary. This phenomenon is fundamental to quantum field theory, QFT. Okay, so an acronym. And further contemporary understandings of physics. Specifically, it plays a central role in the Glashow-Weinberg-Salam model, which forms part of the standard model modeling the electroweak sector. There's a bit to this, which says an infinite system, Minkowski spacetime. Symmetry breaking occurs, however, in a finite system that is any real supercondensed system. The system is less predictable, but in many cases, quantum tunneling occurs. Symmetry breaking and tunneling relate through the collapse of a particle into non-symmetric state as it seeks a lower energy. Symmetry breaking can be distinguished into two types, explicit and spontaneous. They're categorized by whether the equations of motion fail to be invariant or the ground state fails to be invariant. No, my knowledge cannot carry me through this, unfortunately. It's also got quite a few uses. Okay. I get what it's saying, though, to some extent. Polarity okay. I have to check what that is. Wait, no, is that a type of symmetry breaking? Actually, let's double check. No. Okay. What is parity? Parity non-conservation. Woo experiment. Okay. The Woo experiment was a particle nuclear physics experiment conducted in 1956 by the Chinese-American physicist Qian-Xiong Wu in collaboration with the low-temperature group of the US National Bureau of Standards. The experiment's purpose was to establish a conservation of parity. Right, what is parity before we move on? In physics, a parity transformation, also called parity inversion, is the flip in the sign of one spatial coordinate. Okay, so we need to do coordinates then. In 3 dimensions. Okay. Can also refer to the simultaneous flip of the sign of all 3 spatial coordinates, a point reflection or point inversion. It can also be thought of as a test for chirality, don't know what that is, a physical phenomenon, in that a parity inversion transforms phenomenon into its mirror image. It did speak about a mirror image and talked about particles and stuff, so that makes sense. This feels like more what I need to read. All fundamental interactions of elementary particles, with the exception of the weak interaction, are symmetric under parity transformation. So thanks to that transformation, they are symmetric. Okay. As established by the Woo experiment conducted by the US National Bureau of Standards, by Chinese-American scientist Qian Xiangwu, the weak interaction is chiral, and thus provides a means for probing chirality in physics. In her experiment, Wu took advantage of the controlling role of weak interactions in radioactive decay of atomic isotopes, there's that word again, to establish the chirality of the weak force. Alrighty, I'm gonna have to look what chirality is at this point, because it keeps coming up. Chirality physics. A chiral phenomenon is one that is not identical to its mirror image. Interesting. So it's not a mirror image for that. Okay. See the article on mathematical chirality. No. The spin of a particle may be used to define a handedness or helicity for that particle, which in the case of a massless particle is the same as chirality. A symmetry transformation between the two is called parity transformation. Invariance under parity transformation by a Dirac thermion is called chiral symmetry. Okay. Back to the experiment. By contrast, in interactions that are symmetric under parity, such as electromagnetism in atomic and molecular physics, parity serves as a powerful controlling principle underlying quantum transitions. A matrix representation of P in any number of dimensions has a detriment equal to -1, and hence is distinct from a rotation, which has a determinant equal to 1. Something to do with determining, I'm assuming, with a similar name scheme. In a two-dimensional plane, a simultaneous flip of all coordinates in sign is not a parity transformation. It's the same as a 180 rotation. Yeah, degrees, right, because the symbol. In quantum mechanics, wave functions that are unchanged by parity transformation are described as even functions, while those that change sign under a parity transformation are odd functions. Okay, so what do I call this now? Same system, mirror image, particle types. At the microscopic level, then according to parity non-conversation, yeah, that specifically, not the other thing we just read, symmetry breaking would occur. Yes. I may not get it all, but I get now why, or at least that happens because of what it literally says on the Wikipedia page. They do love their physics, and I do like to see it, it's just I can't always follow, but I do like it. There's a charm to it. And a window into a new world that I wouldn't know about this, honestly. Not that I know, but it's still enjoyable to read. I love reading stuff that, like, teaches me stuff I don't know about, words I don't know about, concepts I've never heard of fully. Though I've heard of some stuff, obviously, in this. Through playing this game for a good few years. There's definitely some stuff here I haven't, though. Probably some very big building blocks or principles, but then again, you could technically say every building block, every theory, every piece is then a building block required to understand some of these studies. This manifests as originally. Here, a large and several handwritten criticisms appear. Now they are blurred of ink, but they faintly show phrases such as nonsense and heretical. So did Youyun write over their own notes? It was really cool, like, visualizing the rift as it, like, you know, forms, then opens, then the creature or something coming out, and then the rift closure of it closing, and then it closing because of maybe, like, Litos, or maybe Senadia, or, you know, the god's power, or some sort of divine, you know, power. And it also saying it's from the same system. That's really interesting. Only the power of the god and the night can fully erase abnormalities. This suggests, but it's still theory, I like this, that their power belongs to the same system as the force that drives Sea of Data corruption. Like the experiments Youyun's, like, done, or, you know, ways to try and monitor it. Even visualizing this was interesting. So now I'm envisioning, like, particles or some form of something that wouldn't be obviously visible. Why it'd be microscopic? It would only be visible through like a microscope. If divine power and sea of data corruption power are treated as the same substance, mirror image. But yeah, it seems also to take away from this that her dad and mum were taken by probably the rifts, which is pretty fascinating and also tragic. I can't find the satellite that should be there as well, which is interesting. Yeah, where are they now? Yeah. I mean, that's a little bit about Youyun as well, how they used to, you know, enjoy stargazing. But also this bit as well. No good, this entire experiment report is unusable. You can't see the stars at all from inside this lab. That's the one thing I hate about this secret base. Dad used to say that choosing scientific research means choosing loneliness. Which I like we're getting this well with Youyun a bit. We're getting to see that, like, it's like Dr. May, just like some of his... They end up lonely, a lot of these, like, researchers. Or studiers, or philosophers. Loneliness. Researchers get sad, helpless, frustrated. Sometimes they want to tear all these useless papers to pieces. But even if they toss them onto the floor, one sheet at a time, once they calm down, they still have to pick them all back up. So at times like this, Dad will go stargazing. If the god wants to gift a civilization to a planet, I know this is some new rule or idea, they must first give it at least one companion star of a stable orbit. Maybe satellite in this instance. Moon, maybe? Or stars? Something as people can observe and study. When they see it, they understand that the universe can be understood, that truth can be sought, and that we are not alone. But right now I feel so alone, Dad. Our researchers are in the sky. It's the most mysterious, the most dangerous sea. A sea named after data, which should in theory be analyzable through mathematics. I still want to know what lies within. This time, I can't find the satellite that should be there. Dad, Mum, where's the sea of data taken you? Where are you now? Alrighty. Note 2. Youyun's experimental report, version 2 excerpt. Compared to the initial draft, this version removes misleading speculation and unnecessary analysis. Dear. Excluding descriptions relevant to the final conclusion. This greatly improves the report's readability. I'm scared. I think I'm going to struggle now. Okay, time to do more Googling. I don't care if I fully get it. I refuse not to look up this stuff when they clearly want me to get something from this, I feel. Axiom. Axiom. A statement or principle is generally accepted to be true, but need not be so. That's where the postulate also comes in. Got it. An axiom, postulate, or assumption is a statement that is taken to be true, to serve as a premise or starting point for further reasoning and arguments. The word comes from the ancient Greek word, what that says. Axomia, meaning that which is thought worthy or fit, or that which commands itself as evident. A Parallel postulate, which states if the sum of the interior angles of two lines is less than 180 degrees, the two straight lines meet on that side. The postulate is correct on the flat plane in Euclidean geometry, but breaks on a curved geometries such as spheres. Yeah, curved, yeah. The precise definition varies across fields of study. In classical philosophy, an axiom is a statement that is so evident or well established that it is accepted without controversy or question. In modern logic, an axiom is a premise or starting point for reasoning. In mathematics, an axiom may be a logical axiom or a non-logical axiom. Logical axioms are taken to be true within the system of logic, so if you have this overlap with it, okay. They define and often shown in symbolic form, e.g. A and B implies A, while non-logical axioms are substantive assertions about the elements of the domains of a specific mathematical theory. For example, A plus 0 equals A in integer arithmetic. Non-logical axioms may also be called postulates. Assumptions or proper axioms. In most cases, a non-logical axiom is simply a formal logical expression used in deduction to build a mathematical theory and might or might not be self-evident in nature, e.g. the parallel postulate in Euclidean geometry. To axiomatize a system of knowledge is to show that its claims can be derived from a small, well-understood set of sentences. The axioms, and there are typically many ways to axiomatize a given mathematical domain. Any axiom is a statement that serves as a starting point from which statements are logically derived, where it is meaningful, bracket or line, and if so, what it means, in the bracket. For an axiom to be true is a subject of debate in the philosophy of mathematics. Okay. Yeah, you can see why it's called a hypothetical particle then. Okay. Oscillation. I've heard of oscillation, but I need to double check what it is again. Repeated movement from one position to another. Oscillation is the repetitive or periodic variation, typically in time, of some measure about a central value, often a point of equilibrium, or between two or more different states. Familiar examples of oscillation include a swinging pendulum and alternating current. Oscillations can be used in physics to approximate complex interactions such as those between atoms. Okay, so what does that mean in this context? An axiom is a hypothetical particle whose oscillation going to do with time or repetitive, a measurement about a central value. Sure, we'll just go for now. Its oscillation can effectively transfer its energy density to sea of data corruption particles. Can effectively transfer its energy density. So you're saying an axiom is a hypothetical particle, which thanks to oscillation, okay, sure, can effectively transfer its energy density to the sea of data corruption particles. That makes sense to say particles after what we've been reading, sure. Thereby blending the divine power particles with the kinetic energies. Density, how dense something is energy-wise. Yeah. To sea of data corruption particles. thereby blending the divine power particles of the kinetic energies. Sure. I think I get what you're saying, but I also don't. Inflationary fluctuations can generate the longitude modes of many vector gauge bosons. These gauge bosons absorb axions. Okay, sure. Getting a third polarization state. If this mechanism is used to explain observed sea of data corruption effects, yeah, a way to observe them, a way to come to these theories, then the coupling between inflations and vector field strength can give rise to transverse modes. This coupling amplifies tachyonic instability, causing the transverse polarization to grow exponentially, and reaches maximum at the end of inflation. Wherever divine power particles or sea of data corruption particles are substituted into the gauge boson parameters, the resulting electromagnetic field will be strong enough to destroy Defeng. This section is heavily circled. Okay. What do I need to then look up? I know what a fluctuation is, obviously. Longitude, things different. Length? Well, sort of length, but no. Okay. What's... Vector gauge boson. What is that? Boson. In particle physics, a vector boson is a boson whose spin equals 1. Okay. What's a spin? And what's a boson? Spin is an intrinsic form of angular momentum carried by elementary particles and thus by composite particles such as hadrons, atomic nuclei, and atoms. Spin is quantized, and accurate models for the interaction with spin require relativistic quantum mechanics or quantum field theory. Okay. Boson. In particle physics, a boson, whatever that says there, is a subatomic particle whose spin quantum number has an intercurve value 0, 1, 2. Okay, so it connects with the spin topic that we just read. The class of bosons is one of the two fundamental classes of subatomic particle. The other being pheromones, which have half integer spin. 1/2, 3/2. Is those fractions or is that slash with a number? 5, 2. Every observed subatomic particle is either a boson or a fermion. Okay. Paul Dirac coined the term boson to classify the fundamental particles that obey Bose-Einstein statistics. The quantum framework pioneered by Satyendra Nath Bose. Uh-huh. That's spin. Vector bosons are also elementary particles are gauge bosons, the force carriers of fundamental interactions. Some composite... Hang on. Vector bosons that are also elementary particles. What's an elementary particle? In the standard model of particle physics, an elementary particle or fundamental particle is a subatomic particle that is not composed of other particles. The standard model recognizes 17 distinct particles, 12 pheromones, and 5 bosons. As a consequence of flavor and color combinations and antimatter, the pheromones and bosons are known to have 48 and 13 variations. Respectively, these 61 elemental particles include electrons, other leptons, quarks, and the fundamental bosons, subatomic particles such as protons or neutrons, which contain two or more elemental particles, one known as composite particles. Okay. Yes. What's a gauge boson? In particle physics, a gauge boson is a biosonic elementary particle that acts as the force carrier for elementary pheromones. Okay. Elementary particles whose interactions are described by a gauge theory interact with each other by the exchange of gauge bosons, usually as virtual particles. What's a pheromones? In particle physics, a fermion is a substatic particle that follows Fermi-Dirac statistics. Elements of a half integer spin. Yeah, okay, so it's a faction. Spin 3-2 faction, and obey the Pauli exclusion principle. These particles include all quarks and leptons and all composite particles made of odd numbers of these, such as baryons and many atoms and nuclei. Fermions differ from bosons, which obey Bose-Einstein statistics. Really trying to get what it's saying. Okay. Let me relook at this without using some of the signs. An axion, so some sort of truth or point, is a hypothetical particle whose oscillation, so some sort of affecting something, can effectively transfer its energy density to C of data corruption particles. Yes, that makes sense to me a bit more now. Though calling a hypothetical particle confuses me, but I'm sure it's something to do like what we've read. So I will, yeah, it's a hypothetical particle. As well as the concept of an axion outside of that is a bit hypothetical, or, well, it has differing uses as we read. Okay. Can effectively transfer its energy density to C of data corruption particles. So all this, is effectively transferring its energy to the C of data corruption particles. And thereby blending the divine power, which we were speaking about before in the first thing, particles. Yeah, the divine power particles with the kinetic energies. So it's a mix of the two of them, right? Or at least close, that's what it's saying. Inflammatory fluctuations, so some sort of fluctuation with this, can generate the longitude modes of many vector gauge bosons, which we read about. This gauge bosons absorb axions, so this stuff, getting a third polarization state. We read about polarization, but I can't tell you off the top of the head what it fully is. If this mechanism is used to explain observed C of data corruption effects, that's obviously what Youyun's trying to talk about, yes. Then the coupling between inflations and vector field strength can give rise to transverse modes. This coupling amplifies tachyonic instability, causing the transverse polarization to grow exponentially. So all these different reactions, all these different things to do with particles, all these different science things I definitely can't grasp right now, but wish I could, give rise to transverse modes. This coupling amplifies tachyonic instability, causing the transverse polarization to grow exponentially, and reaches maximum at the end of inflation. Yes, so the reaction, some sort of build-up. Whenever divine power particles or C of data corruption particles... Yes, so two different types of particles, yes, but what you said up here, are substituted into the gauge boson parameters. It's like the space. Maybe the energy system. The resulting electromagnetic field would be strong enough to destroy T-Thang. This section is heavily circled. I understand a bit of what it said, but I still don't fully know what it said. What do? I still can't prove the hypothesis, but no matter how I calculate it, Defeng's destruction is unavoidable. I need more data, more precise instruments, samples for collision tests. I could never acquire right now. If only Institute could. No, that's too idealistic. No one will stand with me. No one. Yeah, you're lonely, yeah. You're struggling. Even the god goes on a business trip at a time like this? What am I supposed to do? I can't bother little Layla without evidence. What's more serious than destruction of Defeng? No, I have to work harder. 10 times harder. 100, 1,000, 10,000 times harder. Even if I have to run all the monitoring myself. Or maybe even steal. No, forget it. I don't have time to think anymore. Okay, Dreamseeker. I'm gonna hope you can... What I've read, hope you can give me some information. I think what they're doing is they're trying to break it down for you as you go along, but obviously the first, the second are probably the more accurate models and how it works. As I've just read some words there and I understand it already, I think, a bit more. Youyun's experimental report. Final polished submission draft. Excerpt. There's no time. According to the latest model predictions, unless something intervenes, the disaster that was Supercross Defeng will strike in 25 days. That's why there's the 22 thing, right? 22 days thing or something. Please, you have to help me. I need the Institute to determine the disaster's scope and point of origin. Data, personnel, instruments, even the smallest amount will help. We must produce an alert map for Defeng as soon as possible by checking the predicted coordinates one by one and measuring the degree of the save data corruption. We must identify the source with over 90% confidence. Her weapon, maybe. Or weapon. It develops a new weapon, one that humans can use to fight the save data corruption. This thermal weapon collects and stores wave-center data. Wave-center data, okay. From effective combat energy waves during each save data corruption event. Alright, I can give you that, miHoYo. Let me have a look. Thermal weapon means heat. Ah, a bit like the Celine then, right? Yeah, a bit like the Midnight Throne. This thermal weapon collects and stores wave center data. Never mind, that didn't work. I'm assuming the waves from the save data again, which makes sense. From effective combat energy waves, yeah, during each Sea of Data corruption event, using the principle, yeah, the understanding, or using a principle of your theory. Again, your understanding. The wave center moves in a way that minimizes amplitude. We fit the energy convergence center's motion trajectory and expand it in reverse to reconstruct the combat energy. Although divine power components cannot be artificially created, constructing energy waves this way allows humans to move from merely driving off Sea of Data corruption monsters to actually defeating them. But yeah, this gives a way to maybe be able to use the power to push back, basically. without some of the other aspects that you would need originally. Controlling energy waves this way allows humans to move from merely driving off sea of data corruption monsters to actually defeating them. They call themselves humans again. Below is combat data from validation experiments using the Youyun ultra power cannon. So it's a cannon, okay. Tentative name. If the disaster wasn't arriving in 25 days, this could have been a triumphant invention. I could have dragged my cannon to the first rift that appeared. You need to fight to the first, do you? Fired one earth-shattering shot and become Defang's newest hero. But all I feel now is weakness. Still too weak. Without help, even if I multiplied its power dozens of times, it would just be a crude imitation of divine power. Yeah, because you've still got what the god and the Knight of the God can do. Makes sense why Litos is doing what they're doing then. It would just be a crude imitation of divine power. Not even meaningful support, and can't save Defang from this crisis. In 25 days, the amount of progress I can make is painfully obvious. So no matter what, I have to find a new path. I need allies. People can do what I cannot. I have to go to little Layla and come up with a new path. New path. I need allies. People who can do what I cannot. I have to go to little Layla and come up with something. Yes, to God's home. There has to be hope. Even I stop believing in there's still hope. What if I don't make it in time? What am I supposed to do? You got this, Youyun. Examine the stacked papers. Option. We got this. Pile of books. These are records of the art of communication. The speaker was hanged 100 times. 400 years of passionate debate. Phantom of Academia. Interesting.
あの年で話術を磨くなんてなるほどね。遅刻した時や寝坊した時、そしてゲームに負けた時に親切姉さんにうまく言い訳してた理由が分かったよ。やっぱりユーウン先生はユーウン先生だ。
She started studying the art of speaking so early. No wonder she can come up with so many sophisticated excuses to Sister Chenzu. After being late, or Chenzu-ne-san, oversleeping and losing games. It's so like you, Professor Youyun. We could listen to Coralie's thoughts. But I think I'm at my limit. If I stop here, it might mean I can come back and check some of this potentially. I know it won't, it'll just continue me off because it's saved each time. Kinda sucks they've done it like that. Oh, I nearly missed an optional. Thank goodness I came back. What's the stat papers? The manuscript is filled with amusing annotations such as, "What time do you think it is, Youyun? How dare you feel sleepy? Drowsiness makes you want to sleep, but will you? You absolutely must not sleep." Such phrases were scattered throughout, and yeah, they've been working hard. They've overdone it. But no one's here to help them.
メモに続いてる落書きみたいなインクの跡。書いてるうちに寝ちゃったのかな。ユーン先生にもそんな一面があったんだね。
After those amusing annotations, there are ink marks that look like random scribbles. Seems like she fell asleep while writing her. I didn't know Professor Youyun had this side to her. I'm scared not to do the whole section now because I feel like I need to remember everything. We've got the notes. And I really can't do another conversation. We will come back to this. Complete the main quest before meeting the future. Yeah, it's just 2 notes. Yeah, we've read all these. Complete main story before meeting in the future. Thank you for the gems. Well, that'll be all. If you enjoyed the stream, please like, please subscribe. I really enjoy miHoYo's games. You want to join the Discord server, the link's down below. Comment down below what you've probably enjoyed this chapter or enjoyed in Honkai Impact 3rd. Or any other miHoYo game. We will continue Youyun's lab next time. I guess the atheist thing is in maybe people are not believing Youyun, maybe? Or is she just not tried to see if people will believe her and just believes they won't? Control the rhythm. That's a nice CG. Could have sworn I definitely took a picture of these, but just in case I didn't. Yeah, and their dreams. Very interesting. We got a long way ahead of us, I feel. But I look forward to it. So I suppose find someone for Youyun. Kinda do.
今日の仕事はここまでにしましょう。疲れたまま仕事するのは良くないわ。あとは私に任せて。
Maybe I'll be rewarded for what I just read.
今週も無事に任務が終わったわね。
I would really like
お
Youyun.
疲れ様。休み時間はどう過ごすの？刀の道は心の道でもあるの。
Hello, Gracia. I've already done your event. Glad it's rerunning for people who didn't see it, though. It's an important event. You know, I see many who try and say it isn't, which it is. Right. Time to do some singles. There is no downside to this, remember, as long as you actually do your 10 in the end. Don't get any more chance or any less chance for doing 10. As long as you still do 10 in the end. So I'm just trying to move the pity along. And get more potential pulls from this. I know I could wait for the Valk or something, but... I mean, I want the Astrolot more. I would like him to get a Valk, though. Come on, Hermé, grant us with the pink Youyun. Would very much appreciate it. $28. 2 more supplies. Oh, fix that. 1 off. Well, don't you worry, I'll fix that. Excellent. No. Claim. Off you go again. Your stamina is full. How helpful. Whatever the case. No. No. Exhibitions it is. I love it, like sometimes you have max, you have too much, you have too little stamina. Make up your mind. Oh, that's full now. Go where I stand, that's fine. That should now be enough for the daily. Trying my patience. Yippee. Get back over there. No. There we are. Please don't make me full pity you. I'd be so mad. No Youyun this time. We have 14 days left. If it comes to, I will topple. But we should be fine. I believe we'll get her in the end. You just have to be patient. Right. I'm going to bed now. That was a good session. I really enjoyed this chapter today. Looking forward to seeing the rest of chapter 11 part 2 next time. This is Clifford Mirror, signing out. Bye guys.